Jean Ordenfall spent his childhood on his family's farm, just south of the Duvet Forest. His parents, Derlin and Macy, had raised him well, teaching him what he needed to know to one day take over. Financially, they did quite well for themselves, carting their crops to nearby towns and cities for sale, although the frigid weather that often surrounded their home did not make it an easy life. As is the case with most youngins living the farm life, Jean eventually sought to see what else the world had to offer, and so he left in search of what opportunities the neighboring city had for him. It wasn't long before he realized the city life was not his to live. The boy who left, though, had become a man, and the man had met a woman, a blacksmith's daughter by the name of Cerithia. They fell for each other quick, and before they knew it, their love blossomed into a marriage and a son. The son they named Derlin, after Jean's father. Jean eventually returned home to his parents' farm with his family, where they made a life for themselves, a new life for his wife and son, but one all too familiar to Jean. They were happy. That is, until the day vile creatures from beyond the veil made their way into their home. After being driven from his homeland by the insatiable undead that now plague it, Jean seeks out those brave enough to aid him in cleansing his land of the foul fate that befell him and his family, and exacting the vengeance he so eagerly thirsts for.
As a child, Celeste Highcrest would never have dreamed of leaving the sheltered life of luxury she had become accustomed to. Born to two noble parents in a land far beyond the Vale, Celeste's childhood had been fraught with expectation. Her father, High Archivist Saran Highcrest, had set high standards for his two children, and the elder of those two elves, Celeste's sister Cressida, had surpassed all of them. Cressida had found her talents at an early age, her nose buried in books, and magic coming to her as easy as breathing. Celeste, however, had struggled in the shadow of her sister's success for as long as she could remember, never quite meeting the expectations of her father, and always the object of his disappointed glances. When the two elves came of age, they sat the entrance exam to join their father at the sanctum, to become mentored under his tutelage and scribe ancient texts in the archives. Cressida, to no one's surprise, had passed the exam with overwhelming success. Celeste, on the other hand, held true to her long-standing tradition of always being second best. It was rare that one should ever choose to leave their homeland, but never being able to escape the constant overshadowing from her sister, Celeste had decided it was finally time to break free of this tradition. For here, she would always be Cressida's sister, never her own person. But if she were to leave, perhaps she could finally forge her own path. She found her way to the dimension door, stepping through for the first time and finding herself in a land strangely familiar, yet unlike anything she had ever experienced. She boarded the first ship she came across, bound for the kingdom of Quell, and spent years traveling these oceans between continents, desperate to find something worthy enough to bring home as tribute to her family. Until one day, the news found her. The door that she had stepped through to enter this plane had vanished, along with every other door that could lead her home. Now stuck, seemingly an entire universe between her and her homeland, Celeste is searching for answers, and some miracle that could lead her home again.
Ingwe grew up in an exclusive, reclusive community of druids. His elders, ancient and wise, one of the greatest, his mother, was a great storyteller, and he grew up sharing their stories. While the community has very strict rules and customs and routines, each member is encouraged once in a lifetime to travel out into the world and experience the trials and tribulations, bring back their challenges to share and to tell the story of the world.
I like how you always cut us off, but it's like, wait, we can still talk about random shit when we're coming into the.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're talking about random stuff.
What
Don't
are we
start the
talking
stream now.
Where
Hello.
did that come from?
So Sons of Flump, they're arriving.
Yeah.
They're just driving past my house.
Special delivery. Anyway. Oh, good.
Oh,
Welcome back to Monsters and Mayhem once again. Today we have 2 announcements. As always, join our wonderful Discord. If you don't do it, you're a square. And people don't like squares because they don't fit into any other holes. Except most holes are square, which is... Never mind. Join our Discord. We have a lot of very fun things that we do all the time. We play some computer games. We robbed banks the other day, for instance. Obviously in a game. Wink, wink. Because you should never rob banks in real life. We also have a wonderful place where you can see everyone's pets, their cats and dogs and parrots, mosquitoes, and whatever pets they have in their house. And we have a food channel where you can see everyone's food. Before they eat it, obviously. That thing's weird.
Ew.
There's a whole place on the internet for that. Anyway, that was the first announcement. The second announcement is that we are going to have a birthday very, very soon. Next Monday, to be honest. And there's a few cool things that's going to happen. On Monday, we're going to announce a massive giveaway with all the rules and everything that comes with that. We can say that we definitely have hundreds of dollars worth of product that are being given away to a lot of different individuals. So hopefully we can get as many people as possible to follow and like and subscribe and all that good stuff. But tune in next week for the down low on how to win. I must say that there's a lot of these things that I don't even know, so maybe I should join. Anyway, that is one part of the announcement. The other announcement is that we have some other secrets we will announce on Monday. But for now, the secrets. So you can't have any. Anyway. My name is Tom. I'm the producer and dungeon master of Monsters and Mayhem. And if you have more dice than books about young adult vampires and werewolves and young women having intimate friendships, then you've come to the right place. Anyway.
I don't think I have any of them.
No, I think it's pretty 50-50 for me. I don't know.
Oh, wow. You have a lot of young adult books about that specific subject.
I was big on the young adult literature when I was a teenager, and I don't throw away books, so who knows what I've got back of that cupboard.
Very well. Very well. I will put on a little bit of background noise other than myself. And we're back into the game. So last week, we left off, you spent some time in this floating castle of sorts. This Pillar of Caredi. You talked a little bit more with some of the individuals who lived there. Some of you got a lift by Jules, the very powerful wizard, to go and pick up some things, which led to a romantic involvement between Drekik and a little goblin in one of the stores, which probably should be erased from history. However, he managed to get himself some glasses. He also managed to find out that both Drekik and Sean is cursed. And Sean has a mind flayer tadpole in his head. Lily also introduced herself, for better or for worse, and made some idle threats about leaving her alone. You met a lot of new individuals. There was a few people who stood out to you. You met the innkeeper, who seems to be maybe half troll? We're not quite sure. Very friendly, though. And you've been trying to recover and figure out what to do from here. And that's pretty much where we left off.
I'm trying to remember the exact spot we left off. We were all in the room, right?
You were all in the house, I believe.
Yeah.
And you went to bed. Some of you on your own, and some of you making weird maps in the living room of who to kill and Drekik's dad, and that's probably a section there with just the Sons of Love. But yes,
Did
the
we
majority of
leave
you went
off
then.
after the conversation with Sean about what had happened? Because I think it was the next morning, because John went to bed, and then
Oh, yeah, that's
Ingwe
true.
had
You
that
woke up,
chat.
and then Ingwe poked in his head, and then after that, it's pretty much where we are now. So
Celeste stormed
and I
off.
just had that. Yes, yes, you did.
So I'm not here.
Yep.
So,
I don't know where to put it.
But what? Sorry.
Well, there's 4 corners and then 4 sides. But you said she came before the city. I don't know where to put Lily. I know, got it.
Nope. All right. I'll trust your map.
She can go on the roof. Okay.
It's
Anyway,
three-dimensional. All right.
4-dimensional.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, not to just blow past everything that happened, but I guess we kind of got to figure out what we want to do next, right? And if y'all still want me involved, I guess.
Oh yeah, for sure. We all have our demons and fey creatures and secrets.
I'm cursed to be a zombie when I die, so
Oh yeah, I reckon we
you
just
want to
fix
be
that.
around me when that happens? I know how you feel about that sort of thing.
Yeah, so's
but-
John.
Mm-hmm. I got the same curse.
Yeah, I think so. I think the curse and the I think they're different. I'm pretty sure.
Well, regardless, I don't plan on dying anytime soon, and I don't plan on you dying anytime soon either, Drekik. And I definitely don't want you turning into one of those things. Yep.
If you die and turn into a zombie, do you want me to cut your head off?
Me?
I mean,
Yeah. Yes.
Well, if I'm already dead, I guess as long as all my body pieces are sort of there when you ship me off into the water, it's
Into the water. You want to go in the water? Oh, how do you do funerals in your culture? In the water and then like make it go on fire, or like with stones
Yeah.
to shoot you?
you put me in a boat and you ship me off, and then you aim with a flaming arrow, and
I might get someone else to do that. But anyway,
I mean, my boy's pretty good with an arrow. Not to say this is something we should be planning, but just in
obviously
case-
I'd have to be dead and not undead dead.
Yeah.
to make
Yep.
that work.
what happens when you're a zombie and you use the diamond thing to do that? What do you call that spell? That revivify?
Revivify, yes.
Yeah.
Um,
Can you revivify a zombie back into a person?
I don't think so.
That's
Think because
inconvenient.
remember when Celeste and John they became
Yeah,
zombies?
and Celeste cut off John's arm.
Well, Celeste didn't become a zombie, I don't think, but John definitely did. I don't think I could heal John at that stage.
Because I can do that, right? Well,
You can heal zombies.
do the thing you did to the little girl with the diamonds. You called it revivify is what you called it, right? Yeah.
Oh yes, yes.
I can do
I
that
think
too.
you can do that.
Yeah.
Yes.
Anyway, yeah. So, if you're a zombie, we can't bring you back. Do you want us to kill the zombie?
I guess the thing that makes the most sense would be to because if I became undead of sorts and I was able to be brought back, but that was by means of a god, right? Or was that
Yeah.
through
Okay.
you? So I don't know if it'll. I mean, I don't know this magic. I'm just throwing ideas out there, but um, I guess if you can take us down and give it a try, cool. If that don't work, then for me, you can absolutely take my head off.
Well, because I was talking to Celeste about this last night, right? And because I could see the tadpole in your head, and now that I've met Lily, of course, it's fine. She seems like a stand-up citizen. Um, I understand that she's promised to not turn you into a mind flayer. And well, no, actually, you wouldn't have turned into a mind flayer. The mind flayer would have eaten your brain and then popped out of your head, and then you were just a vessel. So anyway, I was talking to Celeste about holding you down and chopping off your head in your sleep last night, and we decided to wait and see what would happen, which was a good idea, obviously. But I'm wondering, in hindsight, if you would have wanted me to. Yeah.
Well, I mean, no, because it played out in a facet that seems to have worked out, I guess. So
Yeah, but like if you'd woken up in the morning and you were like, my head, I'm gonna turn it. Like, like it played out. I'm just trying to put the moral compass together,
sure, yeah, I only know with undead. Rest of it, out of my ballpark. Yeah.
But like you're a farmer, right? You'd know about like, if a swine, for example, gets a disease of like maggots, like there's that they grow in their gut and then they're eating their way out and then they're dying and you can't eat them. You can't eat them because there's maggots, and then you just kill them and then burn them so that they stops their suffering and stuff.
Sure, yeah, but they got to get to the point where they're suffering where there's no return, right?
Yeah.
You don't want to go, oh well, and just waste a bit of stock because you're worried something might come from it, right?
Yes, that's the question that I'm asking.
Yeah.
If you woke up this morning and it was not obviously it's fine, and Lily's our new traveling companion, but if we woke up in the morning and you're like, my brain's gone and I can't remember who I am because they steal memories and stuff, and if you're like, my name's actually I don't know who my name is and what's that thing, at that point.
As thrilling as this conversation is, I think I'm just gonna go find Celeste. So,
yeah, fair. I think we need to figure things out, so we should probably all
I don't know if Celeste really wants to see you at the moment.
Yeah, very fair.
I get the impression that she needs a moment.
Yeah. No, that's very fair.
On that note, Celeste, what are you doing?
When we last left off, Celeste was rage pacing around the outskirts of the city, like kind of like along the wall.
Anything in particular that she's doing other than that, or is that it?
Just talking to herself. Probably looks like that crazy lady. Kind of just talking to the sky a little bit. I was gonna say maybe like, casting some cantrips at the wall. Maybe going to the practice field and just like, but nothing too crazy. What's the time approximately? It'd be like 9-ish.
Yeah, probably around 9 or 10-ish. Alright. Drekik, you very quickly spot her because there's a lot of noise coming from her area with various cantrips and maybe some light yelling. I'm not sure.
Hello? What's happening here?
Good morning. Again.
Morning. Again. How are you feeling?
Not sure.
was a lot to take in. And you weren't even in the room when the thing happened. Quite creepy.
No, I heard about it. It woke me up.
His eyes went all black and not John anymore.
Makes me wonder how long until a change like that is permanent.
Quite worrisome. But he's a strong fellow. I'm sure he's not just gonna let it take over in an instant. Surely not.
Well, he did once. Who's to say he won't let it happen again?
Fair. You know what confuses me? For someone who's always into people about morality, seems to not get it. You know what I mean?
It is though everything lately has been a grey area. It is though we haven't had a definition of what's right and wrong. Everyone's just been acting in their own benefit. Everything seems to be like parallel lines running against each other, rather than one singular point. And if we're going to be saving the world, I need to know that I can rely on the people that I'm running next to. There's even a moment of weakness, a lapse in judgment. It's my life on the line. I value a lot. My life is one of them. Because I'm not going to die before I've had the chance to say goodbye to my family. It is as though everyone's had that chance. I would ask for the same.
I forget that you can't just see them. Like even Ingwe, he's seen his family a couple of times now, hasn't he? Since I've been with you.
I believe so. It's not quite the same as a physical embrace, but I do believe that he's been in contact with them at least. I can't even speak to my family. I mean, I've got Alexander, but to be honest, I don't know him. It's not the same. But that's neither here nor there. I don't want to talk about that. I just need to know that I can trust the people that I'm working with. And this morning, it was rather a shock to find out that he's brought danger sleeping next to us.
I think, because knowing John, he's not a complete idiot. So there must be some reason he's done it.
Until he can at least prove himself what those reasons are and be totally honest. I can't trust him. He was the one person I thought in this group that had his head entirely on straight. Now to have that reality shattered.
I'm still getting to know you. Know everyone, so I don't have the same sort of connections you do. But I just know that everyone makes mistakes sometimes, and well, we just need to work through it, I guess, as best we can. I mean, I've come from a background with lots of mistakes myself, and well, you'll just gotta live with them.
I understand that. And part of being mortal is making mistakes. Being forgiven for those mistakes. But it's the intention behind those mistakes. If it was done on purpose, and it's not a mistake, that's an intention. That's intentionally doing something to put other people in danger.
Well, the way I see it, is four of us, at this moment in time, need each other to go see to go to this door to open it. And at that moment, yes, we can find out if we need to stay together or not.
I had this conversation
Does that
with
make
Ingwe.
sense?
Yes. I had this conversation with Ingwe not too long ago, and I think you were there for it, about the conversation of corruption and how too much power can be tempting. And while I don't know if Jean is aware of this or if it would be his intention, but whatever's behind that door, if it offers some sort of power, how do I know that Jean will be able to control whatever this entity is that's inside him when the door opens?
Could just knock him out.
It is a possibility, although I don't know if I'd be able to do it.
I have some ways. I have some things.
I suppose what I'm trying to say is everything is uncertain right now. And no matter what the future holds, when you say we need to be there together, there are not 4 of us, Drekik, there are 5. No matter which way you look at it. And one of them is completely unknown.
Are there only 5?
Vartex
we
is
got-
locked away.
But then, okay, so there's you, me, Ingwe, Jean, Vartex, Lily, Alexander, Jean's wife. 8.
Well,
And
Alexander
the foxes!
isn't
Don't
here.
forget the foxes!
And then there's those foxes. There's like 3 foxes in the amulet as well. So we're up to 11. It's a pretty big group.
I'm not worried about Vartex, because unlike Lily, I know his type. I know his kind, and while I do not agree with his methods, we have made a deal with him, and he's bound to that. Alexander is not actually with us. He's over with Tam, and if he was here, I doubt he'd be able to keep in hiding for too long. He'd want to tell me about something or other. The foxes aren't a threat, from what I can see. This thing is living within Jean, and as you saw this morning, has the ability to take over his body in an instant. All I'm saying is that we need to be very careful, and I'm of half a mind that anything we say to Jean, especially in the realm of what our plans are, it's not just Jean who's listening to those plans. I felt last night as I mentioned to him my thoughts, there was a feeling that came over me. And I feel as though if I do anything to disagree this entity, my mind may also no longer be my own.
Very tricky situation. The more you talk about it, the more it makes sense. How tricky this whole thing is.
And I don't even know that if Jean were to be unconscious, whether that would affect this Lily.
True.
I
Perhaps it would
can't
make it
even-
easier for her to take over.
Exactly. So you can see there are all these variables, and why you saying people make mistakes and let's just move on, it doesn't really resonate with me, because these mistakes have now put all of our lives in danger. Not only that, but it was deliberately hidden from us, so that we weren't even aware of a danger. We had no way to circumvent it. So now we had been put in an impossible position by someone that I thought we could trust. Trust is something that I do not give easily, and it's been something that has been abused many times throughout my life.
I hear you. Well,
Not angry, I'm just disappointed.
Drekik's gonna look back towards the house and just be like, whatever it is, I think the sooner we get on with this, the better. For all of our sakes. Danger we're near, then we might as well separate ourselves from it as sooner rather than later.
can't even discuss a plan. Unless you mean go to Kronos, as the entity suggested.
Well, not Kronos first.
So you want to take him with the entity to the door behind which we don't know is there. You want to take him and Lily there first, before we come up with a way to at least separate the cancer.
Well, do we have a choice? If we take him to Kronos and he betrays us and takes over John and runs away, then who knows what these tattoos are going to do?
Unless we find a way to cut out the cancer before.
Don't have long to do that, do we?
Don't know, did he give us a time frame? What I heard was that there was something that, it needed to do in Kronos. And if we tried to get in the way of that, it would destroy us.
You have a coin.
Always got a coin.
Shall we put down to luck? Heads Kronos, tails the mountain.
I don't put much faith in luck. It's done nothing for me so far, but for the sake of, for amusement. Heads.
Kronos, then.
But I would like to find out more about this thing before we go.
Then let's go. And I'm just going to start walking.
Yep.
Back to the house.
The walking dance.
So I was talking last night, John, to the Devon dude, and he said we could go and research in his archives. I'd really like to, stay in the city for a couple of weeks before we moved on. We've just been moving so fast, going, like jumping from one place to another. It seems pretty safe here. It seems like, like they did kill a black dragon. I think they probably could deal with the Alleyman slasher if they. What do you reckon?
I mean, I can see why that might be appealing. I can understand the logic behind it, but I'll be honest, part of me just wants to get all this shit over and done with. And then I want to just go relax on my farm for the rest of my damn life.
Always hurrying these human people. Anyway, I was thinking about going in and seeing the library. Do you want to come with me, or are you going to stay here?
Sure. Should we wait to see if the others want to? I know Celeste is quite keen on checking out books and whatnot.
I'll let them know. Come on, let's go, and we'll tell them when we get there. Oh, hello, traffic. We were just.
Oh, hello. You leaving?
I was just. I spoke to, Mr. Devon yesterday, and he said we could go and research in their archives here. I know you don't. Oh, you do like reading now. But do you like reading now that you can read?
I don't know.
Oh, do you want to find
read
out?
Too much.
Can you read, Drekik? Have you ever learned?
I've picked up bits and pieces. It's been hard, but I mean, I'm slow, but I'm pretty sure I can make do.
Oh, well, should we go? Oh, do you want to stay? Oh, you look like you've had a serious conversation.
Oh, I think books sound good. Right, Celeste?
Books sound good.
Yes. Books sound good.
Oh. So you're all going to the library together.
Study day! I bring the coffee, someone else bring the donuts.
Oh.
Sean, I don't know if like an insight check or something. Jean's gonna sort of look at Celeste before heading off and just seeing how she is being back there while he's standing there. And if she looks noticeably uncomfortable, he might hang back.
Make an insight check, and Laura, you can make a general charisma check. Whether there's
Charismata.
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 Gotta use that.
Charismata. Other.
Oh, that went fucking
10.
20.
She seems like she is usually.
So when Celeste came in, like, she has not made eye contact with you since she left. Like, she's acting like you are not even there.
Yep, no, I assumed as much. Jean will put his head down and stay a couple feet back, but he'll mosey along with.
You're like a little kid that knows they've been caught with their hand.
So fair. So you all end up walking into this large compound once again, where you had had a few meetings with the individuals, Devon and the others. You were given a general directions of where this library of sorts were. And as you approach there is a few guards, or at least some associates standing outside. But as you approach, they nod, and they let you in. And the library itself is very well archived. Everything that you want to look for is all in either alphabetic order or genre or somehow linked to something else. And if there's any of these books that seems to have something correlating to something else, it seems like there is a little note inside each of the books saying, look at these books specifically as well. They've done a very good job at, kind of like a Wikipedia for the library itself. It seems like they've done a very good job at maintaining the knowledge within this compound. It's built in very big arch sandstone columns. Part of it's open, but not so the rain would come in. Obviously, you are so high in the sky that rain may not happen, but it depends. There can be humidity, but it seems like all these books are in really well kept condition. There's a few people walking around in there that look like they kind of maintain it. They look a little bit like monks almost. They're just wearing very simple clothes, and they seem to be walking back and forth. One of them's an old man with white hair down to his shoulders. He's walking around with like a big pipe in his mouth. And another one is a young lady who seems to just be helping stacking things. There's a few people.
Well, where do you want to start? There was something that Devon mentioned yesterday that did pique my interest. But is there anywhere that we want to split this up?
Oh, like a team of researchers where we research one thing each, or maybe like you and I research 2 or 3 things, and John and Drek research one thing each, something like that.
Yes, potentially. I mean, I don't believe we're in any rush. I'm happy to leave, tomorrow, so we could spend a couple of hours here, at least until lunchtime.
Tomorrow? I thought you wouldn't be in a hurry. Anyway.
Well, there is something else that's, got an indefinite time limit. I'm not so much in a hurry as just want to get it over with.
Guys, there are words on the spines of these books. Did you know that?
Yeah, little ones.
But aren't the words supposed to be in the books?
This is going to blow your mind. There's also words on the front.
What? Pulls one out. Oh my gosh! I thought that was just pictures.
How to cook tomatoes in 20 different languages.
Well, like I said, there is one thing that I am rather interested in that Devon said yesterday, but I can also have a look for other content as well.
Well, what are you interested in, Miss Celeste? And then,
Well, he did mention that I was that he had some content on our friend, which kind of nods towards Ingwe's pendant.
oh yeah, that'd be it. How about why don't we all because then we can help Drekik learn to read because you and Mr. John were so good at teaching me to read last week that like why don't we all do Mr. Vartex and we'll see if we can find stuff and then we can all do the thing that Drekik wants to do and we can all do the thing that Mr. John wants to do. Is that and like we'll bring it to the is there a table or like is there a table or like yeah
Plenty of tables.
if we bring things back here and we'll just keep it simple by doing one topic at a time.
Right,
And
that works.
everyone's in a rush, so we'll put a time limit on it. So let's do like 2 hours for Vartex, and then 2 hours for Mr. John's thing, and then 2 hours for Mr. Drekik's thing, and then 2 hours for my thing, and then maybe take a break for lunch. We go and get some food somewhere.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, I think there's one place in town that does serve food, at least that we know is delicious. So.
Ingwe's going to try and catch Celeste's eye and speak to her telepathically in Elvish. And say to her, I'd like to stay here and have a conversation with you after Jean and Drekik, but John leaves.
She is going to try and just give him like a undiscernible like nod, like an indiscernible like, but just act like nothing.
Let's start. Okay, Drekik, see this letter here. This this is no the V for Vartex.
Oh, sorry. Right. Yep.
Can you actually? No, you come with me, and I'm gonna put books in your hands, and you just hold them all, and let's go. And you'll lead Drekik off, and I will go and search the library and use Drekik as my helper. But also, like, tell him things and teach him how to read and show him how amazing books are and which way they go up and etc. etc.
You're searching for books on Vartex.
On Vartex.
So, takes you a bit to go back and forth, and there isn't really any books about him. But then you notice that there is an adjacent room, and it's kind of dark. There's nothing really going on in there. No one's walking around. And as you take a step in, the light illuminates. And you see a room the size of the library you just left. And all the books are about Vartex.
I know I'm just learning to read properly Ingwe, but I'm saying that I'm seeing the same name over and over again.
Wow. They really like to tell stories about him. He wasn't wrong.
Oh, make an investigation check, whatever you are looking for.
This is Laura's one. Do we want to have Laura do Vartex, or do we want? I was hoping to give advantage to the person that was interested in the information.
Well, whatever
Ingwe
you want to do.
is interested in all information, but that's not particularly what he is looking for in this.
Okay, that's fair.
endeavor.
Well, you found the room. Well, the warehouse, at least.
Is that? Do you want to roll Laura with like? Can we give Laura advantage? Is that the
You can do
That's
that.
what I was hoping to do.
If you want to give
I'm
Laura
just
a
going to
message,
put
you
a
can
pile
look
of books
it
I have down because they're all useless compared to what we've just found.
So I am looking for, in particular, any information about Vartex on this plane. So, like, if there's any stuff about what he's done or whatever, I'm assuming I'd know, like, not all of it, but I'd know, like, some of it about what happened when he was back on the other plane. I'm more interested in, like, what's happened since the gates have been closed.
Right. Okay.
That's pretty good, 22 for investigation.
22.
19 plus 3.
You get a little overwhelmed. There is almost only books about this plane. You try to gather whatever is the most important ones, and you just take a pile of them. One is a book simply with arrest warrants. One is with crimes, wars, and massacres. One is with cult sacrifices and worship of false deities. One is with missing people. And one is a book about shapeshifters.
Interesting.
Book about shapeshifters is not very big. It's a small book. There is a few different individual creatures that's been mentioned, but one of them is mentioned by name Vartex, and someone assumes that he has to be a shapeshifter because of the havoc that he has caused over so short time.
Because it's been, what, 80 years?
80 years since the door was closed, but you don't know how long he's been here before then.
Do any of the other events that have been noted, like wars or like the massacres or anything like that, have I heard of any of those before in my travels, or is this all new information or things that I've never heard of happening before?
So one event is that there was a incident where an entire fleet started shooting upon itself because they were battling something they thought that was the enemy, but it was themselves. He was the only one there who was not part of the Navy, and he was blamed for it, so he just disappeared. One of the arrest warrants lines up with that, and it's a capture or kill order. Another one is a small village where it seems like all the members had been convinced that this king had inspired them all to fight against evil, and then they tried to storm a castle, and they were all killed. One is an entire city that was burned alive, and one witness saw him or someone appearing to be him walking away unharmed by the fire. There's countless and countless of these events. The war that has ended not long ago, where Sahani tried to invade, capture, and destroy Kingshelm, he is drawn on one of those Sahanan ships as leading the way. There's more and more of these. Some even predates his existence 3,000, maybe more years back, with images that they have found on rocks, cave paintings, and anything that there's left from the first and second era.
Wait. So you reckon Vartex isn't this old and they're attributing these things that happened to Vartex? That is a bit like a god, isn't it? Like, where stuff that the gods don't necessarily be aware of get attributed to them. It's like he's the mischief god.
Do I get the impression from these books that they think it's all the same person, or it's someone that just looks like the same person that is given this thing a name?
That question comes up in one of the books. That they don't know what this entity is, how old it is, or if it's even the same. It could be multiple looking like this. One of them, the book that is specifically about cults and the worship of false gods, he is referred to as one of the false gods. He is referred to as Klypto, and that's whatever cult that is named. And he was worshipped for maybe 10 years at some point, with some tribes around the outskirts of Sahani. And they saw him as an undying being that would return to life after dying, and he would always be there. He would never leave. So there's definitely a lot of information. Some of it's from stories, some of it's from actual witness accounts. He looks very similar in most of these drawings. His clothing has changed slightly, but his face looks the same.
In my experience, in knowing entities like him, I guess, do they live like thousands and thousands and thousands of years? Like, are they kind of in that realm? Or would this be something super, like, extraordinary for a being to live that long?
Thank you.
History? Oh, come on, history. Not bad. 18?
Majority of leprechauns that you know of live to around 850 years. But he's estimated to be over 3,000, maybe double. They don't really know.
And sorry.
Does this spark any recognition with Rekik?
Well, the shapeshifter part
Yeah.
does ring a bell. But if it's related to what you know about that sort of stuff, is good question.
Sorry, just
With the havoc that he seems to have caused, it does line up.
just one other
It's
question
interesting.
quickly. Before I came here, these kind of stories of, you know, what Vartex is doing here on the Prime Plane, does that transfer to the stories that I heard and kind of all the shit that was happening before I came here? Like, does it kind of transfer? Like, is it a common thread or a common theme of like this being doing this shit here and there, or is it like doing different shit here and different shit there? Like,
The stories that you have heard have been very scarce about this individual. You didn't know his name or anything like that when it started. You just knew that there was an individual who upset the gods. You know that he upset the gods by jumping back and forth between the planes all the time and causing havoc literally everywhere. But other than that, there wasn't much information that you really were told about that specific at the time until it became a problem. People weren't really too interested in it on the other side.
And Vartex, like, we had a conversation where Vartex told me how old he was, right? So Ingwe would share that information with the group as part of our study session. Be like, oh yeah, I was talking to Vartex about it. And yeah, he was around when the third age started. Yeah, that's about the same. I think he's a little bit older than the elders. Is that weird for leprechauns to be that old? Celeste?
how long are the eras? How long has it been since the start of the era?
This era has only lasted around 970 years, roughly. He said he was probably around 3,000.
And
that he would have been alive when the Second Age and the massive God War happened.
and
he
my
would have been
oldest
part of it.
my oldest elders, were they old, or are they like 1,000 years? Is that?
I'd say they're probably closer to 1,000.
Yeah, so my oldest elders are 1,000 years old. Yeah.
The ones who reach 1,000 goes into the other place, and
Yeah,
then
yeah.
you don't know how old they are.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yes.
No, it's quite old. From the experience that I've had with beings like this, they live to be maybe 900. But if he's saying that he's this old, then
Do you reckon they're just like in a place like this? They're just attributing like another dude that's like this. Like, oh,
Yeah,
that guy's like him, and it's just a different person, or do you think it's the same?
all of these
person?
records are going back thousands of years. And if Artek says that he's thousands of years old, then
Yeah, that's true. Good point.
I mean, we could just ask him.
I will, definitely. Ah, right now?
No, perhaps
Okay.
not right now.
Oh,
Maybe tonight. I just think if we get all the information that we need now, I mean, your help is remarkable. So if we can get all the information that we need now, and then while we're all digesting it later, perhaps you can go and have that conversation.
yeah, good idea. Good idea. Good idea.
But this is my case in point as to why I don't trust him, I suppose.
There are stories by religion about shapeshifters.
Oh?
There are there's doppelgangers and changelings, and there's werewolves, and there's one shapeshifter that has supposedly eluded everyone for thousands of years.
Does it have a name?
Just know them as the
The what?
You cut out there.
the Amorials.
Is it a group, or is it a singular entity? What is it?
No, it's there's something out there, but we don't know what it is. Just in fairy tales in my religion. I just thought I'd mention it.
Is it along the
Probably
same
nothing.
veins as changelings and werewolves? Is it an affliction? Is it a different species, or is it kind of a singular?
It's not a changeling. It's not a werewolf. It's not a
Good.
doppelganger. It's something else.
I've never heard of this, have I?
Make a history check.
Can I too?
Yes.
Oh my god, another 19. Yes, 24.
11.
You don't. None of you have heard of this.
Yeah, that's important information, Drakic. We'll pop that over here in this pile.
It seems like a bit of a coincidence that we're covering things that seem to be related.
I wonder if they have
But
any
it's probably
information on
nothing.
these.
As I said,
Models
it's just a
here.
fairy tale.
Stories are important, Drakic. There's no story that's not important. Even the ones that weren't true were true. There's always truth in the story. I mean, the ones that get told again and again. There's always.
Right. Well, my brain needs a break. Do we have any more light-hearted topics to research while I digest this?
Can we? Is there like staff and stuff in the place?
There's a few of those people that look like monks and such that walks around and take care of the place.
Can we borrow some books? Is there like a previous library I went to? Like we paid some money and borrowed some books and brought them back later. Is that? Can we do that?
Oh no, sir. You have to keep them within the building.
Oh yeah. Okay. What about if if I keep them within the building and like I open an extra planar dimension and go and study there for a little bit and then come back, but I have to come back out because the doorway's here. Is that cool?
No, it has to stay within the building here on this plane. This building itself keeps the books in good condition. If you take them out from here, they will age very, very quickly.
Fair.
Fascinating. To spell like that.
Very well preserved.
I can take notes. I'm quite fast.
Yeah. Well, should we pack this Vartex? Let's get out of the Vartex place. Oh, actually, can you put these back for us, or do you want us to put them back?
I can put back if you want.
Oh, excellent. How about we go back out to a different section, guys?
He just lifts the books up and they just kind of fly back to where they came from, one by one.
What about you, Mr. John? What are you interested in researching? Let's help you find some stuff.
So while all this was going on, I don't know where Jean would be
John's
at that
holding
very
a fucking
moment.
seance in the corner somewhere.
So after seeing everyone head off and start looking and all that, not being given a particular instruction to start doing things, and realizing that everyone's getting into their own study, Jean would have stepped, not away completely, but stepped off to the side and looked for parchment and ink, or like scrolls of some kind, maybe even spoken to someone and inquired about it.
It's readily available.
Okay. And then he would have gone and found a table a little bit away from the rest of the group, left them to their own devices a bit, let them cool down, so to speak. And he would have gone and sat by himself with a bit. And he would have spent that time copying down the tattoo on his arm as best as he can onto paper, in an attempt to make 4 copies of his tattoo. Any marks on it, anything like that, he's trying to replicate it as best he can, so that if he like picks up the paper and like wraps it around his arm, it would sort of like look like the tattoo would, and he'd sort of make a little mark on one hand to show hand side, elbow side, or something like that, and then sort of wrap those up, put them aside, and while doing so, he would have sat there. If there was a table close enough, he would have occasionally listened in on that, but regardless, he would have sort of whispered at one point and just gone, "Do you know a Vartex by chance?"
Probably heard about him, but doesn't seem too important. Focus on the task, John.
Understood. And yeah, pretty much it.
Oh yeah, Mr. John, that's a great idea. Do you want to copy mine too?
Sure. Yeah. Might take a little while.
Yeah, good.
But...
I'll tell you a story, hey? So, and then Ingwe will then like try and enthusiastically spend time with Jean to meet all his needs, because basically Ingwe's like trying to outlast him for library attendance. Dracket, can we copy yours down too? Yeah, come. Yeah, Mr. Les. You're doing such a good job, Mr. John.
Maybe when John's finished, he can do mine. When he's finished with yours, he'll do mine. I think I'm gonna try read a book. I haven't really done that too much. Quite
You got it.
Take some time.
I'm just gonna turn to Celeste and just go, try and find anything about the thing.
didn't know you could read minds, Drakik. Celeste walks off down.
Right. Well, I mean, yeah. So, you are trying to copy everyone's arms, and you are trying to find a book on.
So sorry, Drakik or Celeste.
You're looking for something.
So I am trying to find information. It's kind of two-pronged. Information on like mind flayers, like just kind of basic information, like some sort of a bestiary, I guess, on like what they are and like what they do, and just I'm assuming a place like this where they train people on how to destroy different types of evil creatures might have some sort of a knowledge-y thing for
That
that.
is, so if we're doing that, that's the topic that Ingwe is quite interested in. That's what I wanted to roll for. So if Drakik's doing that thing, I'll be like, nah, just chill, Drakik. Like, let's copy. Really keen to get a knowledge of, like, particularly because Ingwe's like an animal person, to do like build knowledge. But I'm hoping to do that after John's left. So I will try and discourage the other people from doing that now. Oh yeah, no, this is. Remember, we agreed at the start we were gonna we do one thing at a time. This is Mr. John's thing.
He's sitting there drawing your tattoo. I'm not looking at anything. I'm not going to sit here and watch him.
Yeah, okay, yeah, off you go then. No worries.
But picking up what he's putting down, I'll change my plan of attack and go and look for information on possession and curses, and seeing if I can find any reference to an entity called Lily, essentially. I'm just trying to look through like ancient, demonography, demon index.
Oh.
And I'm just gonna help her do that.
But you're getting copied right now.
No, Ingwe's getting copied. I'm helping
Oh,
Celeste.
right. Sure.
And then when Ingwe's done, I get copied, and then yeah.
Okay. Perfectly fine. You can do that. So either you can roll both of you, or you can roll with advantage. So that's depending on whatever you two want to do.
You can roll with advantage, Celeste. I don't think I'd be too much help.
Investigation.
Yes.
Where's my investigation marker? Oh, there. 21, 18, 19, 20, 21.
21. You find one book about Asmalia the Unbound. This book is very old. It seems like even this place haven't been able to keep it completely in great condition. The reason that this book caught your attention is that one of the aliases of this individual was Lily, or better known as Liliax. However, the real name of this entity is Asmalia. Asmalia was once a Titan. And she was the first wife of Asmodeus. She became tiresome of the other gods to the point where they had to take her out. They had to restrain her, and they had to fight her, and they'd have to bind her to the mortal plane to get rid of her. In the process, she killed 7 other gods. But they managed to succeed. Her mortal body, or her physical body, was destroyed. But they weren't quite sure if she would ever return. One of the names that are listed as one of the individuals who had defeated this entity is Athea, goddess of the sun.
I know her. I met her one time. We're buddies.
Several times, really, but you didn't know.
I liked her better when she was balding.
Why did the other gods not like Asmalia? What did she do?
I
that
am
was-
not discussing this in front of, like, this is just like, I'm not coming and be like, I'm researching Lily to figure, like, I'm definitely not saying that in front of, Jack. I like my brain in my head.
Very well.
Overrated.
Cool.
But
Alright,
that's
John
definitely a
sitting.
conversation that we'll have once
Mhm,
we've also done that other.
So man, someone should go get snacks. We need some snacks. I reckon.
Sure, I can do that. If we got all your copies down, I can. I mean, I only need the one from there, and then I can always copy that down. And then yeah, I can get Drekik once they're done doing whatever they're doing.
Well,
Oh,
I'm pretty hungry. Could we meet? How long does it take you to cook a? You're such a good cook, Mr. John. Could you cook us some food, and we'll bring our information back and share it with you? Have a
Sure,
break.
yeah. If you run out of things to research, I guess you can always copy down the others, and then I'm happy to make copies of your copies, so to speak, so we have enough for everyone.
Oh well, you've got mine, and you've got Drekik's, and you've just got Miss Celeste's to do. You can do that after lunch.
Sure, yeah. I'll yeah, it's the least I can do. I'll go get something sorted then. You know what? Give me like a solid hour or something. I'll whip up something nice. I'll go see what ingredients I can find. Any special requests, Ingwe? I don't want to go ask just in case I'm interrupting him. But
Generally, on a long storytelling day, you want just high calorie, crunchy things. Nothing too no curries or steaks or anything just
sure.
bite-sized treats that you can fill up. Maybe some
Alright.
noodles. You did those what did you call them? Like migori, the sahani thing, the migoring. That'd be good on the study.
Yeah, I wasn't sure what they were called, but yeah. All right, sure. I'll go sort something out. I'll see what I can find. What ingredients I can put together. Best of luck with everything. Let me know.
Yeah, we'll keep going.
how
You can
things
come
go.
back. And yeah.
And Jean goes off as Chirok starts to research bite-sized snacks that were possible in medieval times.
Well.
Crickets.
As you remember,
Real research.
the food is also free at the inn, and you probably don't think that he would mind if you went and cooked some.
Yeah,
It's up to you. If you want to do it in your privacy, you can do that.
I think Jean has a little bit of cooking gear, so he'd sort of see what he could whip up, and then if it proves too difficult, then he'll head over there and be like, "Hey, you mind if I jump in the kitchen? I'll whip some stuff up, make some extra stuff for you, and all that stuff."
Like all the normal ingredients, like the garlic, tomato, peppers, onion, all that kind of normal stuff, rice
Yeah.
and stuff. It's all free. You can just take whatever you need.
Sweet.
Oh,
Congrats.
Mr. John.
Oh,
45 minutes later. Remember those tall grass rocks that you exploded in the pan and they look like flowers and you put butter and salt on them? Don't put butter on them. Just put oil and salt. That'd be good.
Tall grass rocks?
Yeah, I liked it when they popped. You called them Flawn or Storn, and they popped. Rawn. Born.
Corn?
Yeah, that's the one.
All right, I'll see what I can find.
Corny pops. That'd be good.
Yep, corny pops on it.
Yeah, no.
I guess. In search of corn to make corny puffs or corn.
Corny puffs. For the popcorn on the inside? I don't know. Anyway. So, while you have carelessly whisked off Sean to go some cooking, what do the three of you want to do?
Find out all the information that you just told us about Asmalia.
How to get a mind flayer out of someone's head.
Okay, so you want to search how to get a mind flare out of someone's head? And
Yeah, I want to do like a more of a biology search of like. I want to try and find like they had that how to fight beasts room. I want to try and find information about all of the things that you can fight, like aberrations, particularly aberrations. I'm interested at the moment.
Right.
How do you like strengths and weaknesses? How do you stop mind flayers from eating your memories?
okay, you search for that. And Celeste, what are you searching for?
So I will look for. Sorry, what's Drakik looking for?
How to get a mind flare out of your head.
Or dummies.
I was
101.
I was hoping with my original plan that you guys would help me to build a compendium. That's what I was hoping for.
So what is everyone searching for? What are you doing?
So I'll
You
look
helping
with Ingwe.
Okay, so are you giving him advantage, or are you searching together? Or okay, so Ingwe and Drakik, you can both roll investigation check to see what you can find.
Cool. Yep, that makes sense.
That's a number.
So with a -1, I rolled a 0.
How much did you get?
I rolled a total of 0.
Oh, okay.
Drakik, what are you
Find
doing?
another cooking book
Over
I rolled a natural 1.
about
Why are you
mind
standing
fryers.
And I got 21.
21. So there is some books about a lot of different beasts. You said you were specifically looking for aberrations. Instead of giving you a rundown of everything, I'd say that if you meet one, you can make a investigation check and do so with advantage. See if you know any strength or weakness. Jot it down and remember it yourself as well.
Yep. And specifically the mind flayers, I have a couple of spells that I want to use that I want a reason to use them canonically. So, Miss Celeste, I've discovered here that I think that the creature. Well, you discovered that she was a titan, so it's the god, not a god, but the god using the mind flayer tadpole as some sort of conduit into John's brain. Hey, Drakik, do you know the changing spell where you morph one creature into so I can do it. I do it like I shape myself like in the wild, but I can also change someone else's shape we call it morphing polymorph. I could turn Mr. John into a different creature, right?
Right.
Do you think that if I turn Mr. John into a different creature, it would also turn it would contain the tadpole, or would the tadpole keep?
Well, I think it'd be like the clothing doesn't just fall off him when he changes, does it?
No,
It morphs with him.
Yeah.
It'd be sort of like that. Hey, did you know if you cook tadpoles with butter, it takes a really good meal?
Ew.
Doesn't sound good to me. I mean, maybe some fritters or yeah.
Very small.
That town had
I'm
whitebait.
sure there's something in this book. But I'll find it.
Well, what I was wondering while Mr. John's busy cooking is, do we want to address Lily, or do we want to keep her around for a bit? Because what's the difference between Celeste? What's the difference between Lily and Vartex? Like, you don't like them both, but you seem... No, I'm confused. You don't... I can't understand which one you're more put out by.
At the moment, I'm far more put out by this Liliax than I am Vartex. At least I know Vartex's motivations, and I know, the path that they're on, and I know their history, and I know the type of creature, potentially. I also know that they're contained. Liliax, on the other hand, is completely unknown, and has also threatened our lives multiple times and tried to get inside our heads. So, at the moment, they are top of my most disliked list.
Well, so should we try and stop it? I mean, should we try and stop her from having a hold over Mr. John, or should we continue? Like, you seem upset about talking around Mr. John while she's around. There's a number of things we can do, because it's clear that the link is through this tadpole. So if we deal with that.
I don't think that the tadpole is the link. I think it's some sort of contingency plan.
Oh, like she'll let it kill him.
I think it's a time bomb.
Because, what we could do is we could ask Vartex to help. Like, the enemy of my enemy is your friend, or the friend of... Something like that. But if we put Lily in with Vartex and take the foxes out and see what happens, or help, or... I mean, like, I could convince Jean to be a ferret. Oh, a fox! Yes!
So, my concern with that is I don't believe that Vartex is more powerful than Liliax, at least not from my initial research, because Liliax was a god. Vartex is not. And although their power can seem interchangeable to mortals, it took, this creature killed 7 gods before they managed to actually put it down. And even then it wasn't permanent, so I don't believe that one being that was created by the gods would have the ability to destroy one. So...
Exactly what is Vartex?
We don't know. I mean, from what you said, it could be one of these immoral... Immoral
thingies.
Yes. But I was thinking... So we can't the reason I don't want to discuss this around Jean is not because I don't want Jean to know what we're thinking. It's because I don't want Lily to know what we're thinking. And last night, this morning, when I said we need to get it out of your head, when I said that, I felt something in my brain. Like it was trying to dig in. I managed to fight it off, but it was powerful. And so I fear as though if Jean comes to a realization of what we're trying to do, then also Lily will. In which case our brains could turn to mush and start dribbling out areas which I would really not appreciate. So secrecy is so not so that John doesn't know, but so that this creature doesn't know. So
you think if we kill the tadpole, it won't break the link with Lily?
I don't believe so. I believe it's something far greater than that. This... it's the same way that, gods can speak to you inside your head. It's the same sort of thing. This thing has grown an attachment to Jean, but I don't think that it's in a physical sense, as in the tadpole definitely is. But this other thing... I have a feeling that maybe we should talk to Devon or Jonathan. Potentially. I feel as though they'd know far more about this than we would. I mean, they did manage to kill a black dragon the other day. Perhaps a mind flayer or a tadpole. Nothing to them. I'm not sure, but I feel as though it's all hands on deck at the moment, especially if we're racing against a clock.
Oh yeah? Okay, well. Should we go talk to them then? We're in their No, they're in the other building.
That's adjacent.
Same complex.
Should should one of us go talk and the other two stay here and unless when John comes back?
As though two of us should go talk and one of us should stay here in case Sean comes back.
Well, I'm happy to go and talk, and I'm happy to stay and read some more. What would you like to do, Miss Celeste?
Oh, I definitely don't want to be here when Sean gets back, so I'll go.
Well, Drekik, do you want to go with Miss Celeste?
Yeah, I don't understand why adding salt to this would make it taste any better. But yes, I think I'll just go with Celeste.
Well,
Ingwe, while you're here, while we're waiting for Jean to get back, it might be worth doing some research on, maybe the city or something like that.
Yeah, something like that.
right. So you two are heading off to see Devon. What's Ingwe doing?
So
Obviously not doing what he's supposed to.
I'm doing exactly what Celeste told me to do.
Talk to Bartek.
No.
No.
No, not talking to Vartex yet. I'm going to research the Pirate King. Not the Pirate King, the Pixie King, and the Pixie King, and plane changes, like the plane of fire. I want to do the Pixie King, so I imagine there'd be like low-level criminals as the Pixie King. That's what I'm assuming after I roll, like gangs that have power, but I'm sure I'm about to find out. And then also planar travel.
Well, roll an investigation for each of them individually. They're very different subjects.
Pixie King 14 and all of the planes 13.
You're right that the Pixie King is under organized crime. Seems to have been a spearhead in a group of individuals, of assassins, who are working for various different individuals who simply just take money to kill people. They're very high profile, and it took a lot of money for what they're doing. Also, one of the reasons that a lot of very high profile individuals would want to hire them. Your mom's name is in this book.
What about Daddy Yogson?
Who?
Drekik.
Oh, Dadak.
Dadak.
Not Daddy.
There's a list of known customers. Most of these are not names you know. He is listed as someone that they know have dealt with it, because obviously your mother or this individual who might be a mom have been hired to kill this individual called Klaus Fabricius by Dadak Yorksen. And reason, he knows too much.
Knows too much about what?
That's all it says.
And so what was the name used for my mother?
It's the name that you know her by. Vinja, or Vinny Vinny.
Okay. So specifically when I'm looking at planar travel, I want to see if I can link the fork that we have. I'm pretty sure I have it, or maybe Celeste has it, to the ability to travel planes.
So what you know is that the fork is meant to help you go from plane to plane. But from your conversations you had already, you also know that it's not going to be possible until the
barriers go down.
The Marian walls have been broken, because it's blocking all planar travel from any other plane, from any other existence, except for the odd things like having a familiar is not blocked, and you can make
Summon.
interdimensional space and stuff. There is certain things that does work, summoning things as well, but majority of the actual travel part is turned off at the moment. These folks help you go somewhere, but to go back, you also need one attuned to the same plane that you're going to. So if you ever were to go to the fire plane, you would need one to go back in. You know that the fire plane itself is just a large construct of mostly magma and molten rock. There is places that are assumed inhabitable by certain creatures that live there. There is some reports of cities. Same goes for the other planes, but the fire plane itself has certain aspects the others don't. Because of how volatile it is, sometimes it happens that there's regions that can start to flourish and actually grow. It's not grass like we know it, it's not plants like we know it, but some sort of different type of nature starts growing there. And sometimes there is flukes on these planes where there's a little bit of another plane present at a given time. Happens on rare occasions, but sometimes there has been reports that someone has noted an area that's definitely more attuned to the water plane than the fire plane, but within the water plane. There's been counts of in the air, in the elemental plane of air. Like there's suddenly parts of the earth plane there, and it seems to be in motion some sort. It's a little convoluted. There's not a lot of details on it, but there is mentions of this plane not just being a fixed place in time. It's more fluent than that.
And can I just confirm, when I'm looking up the Pixie King from a, like, doesn't seem important to this group on a, like, things we have to deal with. He's just like a tool level guy that's like, he's an assassin, important to note.
Well, it seems like this is more of a collection of everything they know about him, and they're assessing if they need to take him out.
Yes. Yep. Okay. Yeah.
Okay. The two of you, who are you going to see? Julius or Devon?
Oh, Julia. Sorry, I called him Jonathan before. Do I know Devon's speciality? Like, did I garner that at all?
Just know that he's the Grandmaster.
I feel like he's probably I feel as though he's probably the best place to start. If he doesn't know the answer, I'm sure that he'd know who would.
Nope. That sounds good to me.
They're going to see Devon. You will find him at his office as all the other times. He seems to be spending a lot of time here for some weird reason. The door's open. There's no one in there. He seems to just be reading some books. And as you approach, he puts down his books and he looks up. How are you finding the place? Do you like it here?
Very
Nice.
pleasant. I suppose we're not used to this kind of atmosphere, at least not lately. So it's a nice reprieve.
Safe.
That's
That's a change.
Well, I mean, it's easier to do on a smaller scale, but I'm glad that you like it here. What can I help you with?
We've run into a little bit of a situation, and before I divulge the details to you, I would like assurance that our conversation will remain confidential.
Of course. If that's what you want. Just come in and close the door and you can be in privacy. Please,
I'm about to
sit
tell
down
you.
and have a conversation.
Celestia's probably not going to sit down. I'll probably do a little pace, a little kind of like hands wringing kind of like pace. So what I'm about to tell you, we only just found out, really, late last night and early this morning.
Right.
But it seems as though one of our compatriots has been, I'm not sure if possessed is the right word, but has been taken over, at least partially, by some sort of entity. And now research that we just conducted, some research, seems to be a fallen titan of some descript,
Oh, that's
at least as far as I can gather. And from what I understand, and I'll just continuously look at Drekik for just kind of like assurance. From what I can gather, it's placed an infant mind flayer tadpole thing in his head, as sort of a contingency plan if he does not follow its direction. And
right.
when you understand our need for secrecy, because yesterday when I tried to address the situation and speak to the thing, it tried to get into my head, and it has said that any sort of attempt that we make to thwart its plan will result in our ultimate demise. And as you probably can gather, we have quite important work to do before that happens. So I would prefer not to die, but I would also prefer not to be traveling with someone who's, under the thumb of whatever this being is.
I understand that. Obviously, that's very concerning for me. This place is a top secret institution, and it means that our location might have been leaked. I don't know anything about this myself. I rely on Julius for this sort of manner, and I think that if you would let me, I would like Julius to maybe see what he has to say about this. I can't, off the top of my head, give you any information myself. And in light of this information, if Julius cannot help you, I think maybe it's time for you to move on.
Yes, well, Julius was going to be our next port of call, but we figured we'd come to you first, being the master of the organization, and of course we would hate for any harm to come to anyone who's here, or to put any sort of leak out on your location, which was why we came to you as soon as we had the information that we needed to put the pieces together.
I understand. Let me get in touch with Julius and get him in here if that's all right.
Yes, of course.
He traces a few symbols in the air, and talks into his hand, and after a few minutes, Julius arrives through the door, closes it behind him. Well, I've been summoned. How can I help you today? Are we going shopping again?
Nothing quite so serious, Julius. This one's more of a personal matter, and I will relay the same information.
He's not quite sure how to react to the fact of what you're saying. It's like molding it over in his head a little bit. I don't quite know how to help you. The process of ceremorphosis is quite dangerous and always fatal. The act of removing such a thing is a very complicated process that seems to be shrouded in a lot of mystery. I have gathered one source of information on my travels that I don't know if it's true or not, but it's the only lead I can give you. Mind flayers usually live in the Underdark. So does Drow. There is some tension. Obviously, the Drow don't want anyone to mess with their heads, or don't want anyone to take over their commanders or very important individuals. So they have a bit of a standoff between each other on several fronts. Yeah. One rumor I managed to gather, either very lightly in information, is that there is a way to get rid of such a thing. But the information is a secret only privileged to nobles and royal members of the Drow caste system. I don't know if it's true or if this is a elaborate scheme trying to get willing subjects who are desperate to go to seek out a bad situation. But it's the only thing that I have been managing to find. I haven't specifically looked into this, but I fell across this information on my journey while I was, how should I say, conducting research on Spelljammer vessels. However, that is the best that I can do. My apologies.
Well, I won't lie to you and say I'm not disappointed, but I understand that something of this nature doesn't come up that often. I suppose it's rather a unique case scenario.
The problem here is that in the Underdark there is an infestation of these things here and there, and anyone who has the knowledge of removing such a thing would have a great knowledge that's a very powerful tool. If you give it to too many, then your enemies will know how to get rid of it too, and you don't want that. It's a favor system almost. It can be very problematic.
Used as a weapon.
Knowledge used as a weapon, or lack of.
Right.
I would very much love to know how this works, but I haven't been able to focus on that specific journey quite yet.
I may have a contact and I can ask for direction, but other than that, just look towards Drekik. I think we're on our own.
I just don't know how we're gonna get Jean down to the Underdark without this Lily catching on. Seems like a very different direction than what we've discussed. So,
Well, if you are going to the Underdark, at least allow me to give you some directions. I have been there before on several occasions. It's not a very nice place, and you have to be wary of everything wanting to kill you and everything wanting to betray you. However,
Well, welcome to our life.
well, you must be used to it by now. Anyway, I know of 2 entrances. One is in the Green Shoal Vale. There's some mines there that has an entrance. It's on the very far eastern side of Kingston. The other one is a little further away. It's in the wild. It's in
The Bavarian
the
wilds.
Bavarian wilds. It's very well hidden, and that one's probably the hardest one to find. I did manage to go there. I did manage to find the entrance. On my second journey back, I did not find the entrance. However, it's harder, but it's a safer route. Where the other one will lead you straight through the middle ground and through all the battle passages, and yes, you'll get the idea. It's more dangerous.
The entrance through the Green Shoal Vale, does it have a name, the mine?
It is simply known as the Vale Mine.
Right. Well, I appreciate that. I said I may have a contact who may be willing to help me with
That's great.
entrances, but again, I'm working only on assumption. If they'd be willing to help me at all, I don't even know, but it's a start.
Having a friend on that side of the situation would definitely greatly increase and help.
Well, I know that you probably don't want us hanging around much longer, especially with this sort of threat.
Oh, no,
but-
thank you. I don't want anything in my head. But no offense.
No, none taken. Just wondering if you would give us just a couple hours to try and get Jean on board without actually telling him, what we're doing and why we're in such a hurry.
So he's the one who has the visitor.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
He's a strong boy. I'm sure that he will come out on top.
Strong, yes, but perhaps for the wrong reasons. Self-sacrificing, I think, is more on the nose.
Well, I hope you find what you're looking
Thank you. Is the offer still there for us to take up? Should we wish to leave, you're able to port us to where we need to go.
for. Yep, absolutely. Definitely do that.
Right. Well, thank you again for your advice. We'll take it under advisement, and hopefully the next time we see you, we'll all be parasite-free.
I hope so. I don't quite know what this thing wants with him, or if it's simply just a mind player.
Don't
It
know
can
much
be
about-
that there is more to it than that. I'm not quite sure where he would have gotten it from up here, but that's a whole different scenario.
Well, I don't know much about them, but from what I've seen, it's definitely tense.
Good luck.
Thank you. I'll go and speak to Ingwe. Hopefully, get him on board as well, and then we'll figure out our next steps and get out of your way. Again, we appreciate the solace that you've given us over the past few days and for the rescue. And please know that we are deeply grateful.
I just hope the right thing happens.
Yes. Well, us too.
Go away, kids. Off with you.
How old does he look?
About 75, 80.
Is he a human?
Yeah.
Come on, you kids, off with you.
Disrespect of the generation these days. Alright, and then we'll make our way back. Unless there's anything else that Drakik would like to do before we go back to the archive.
No, he's still puzzling over, like, Celeste, I don't know. So we have to go to the Underdark to get rid of this thing, yeah? But we need to go to Kronos to keep this thing happy. But,
Well,
yeah.
we don't necessarily need to go to the Underdark to get rid of the thing, but the information that we need to get rid of the thing is there. So, either way, well, we may have to go unless we can find the information elsewhere. But as I said,
Doesn't sound like it's a possibility by the way he was talking. Going to be very secretive of this information that takes mind flayers out of heads.
yes. I don't have an answer. This is all new territory for me. But, go and go and speak to Ingwe and see what his thoughts are. And then as we approach the archive, I am going to cast message to Ingwe before we actually go into the room. And I'll just kind of hang back, see if I can like spot him through one of like the open windows.
Yeah, probably.
Just the top of his little head. Anyway, we've just had our conversation with Devon and Julius. As though we may have to go sooner rather than later, but we do have some information. Although I don't know how helpful it is. Is John in there?
I think if you were cooking for about an hour or so, I think you wouldn't be back quite yet.
I worked it out. Everything I want to cook will take about 90 minutes.
Right, okay, so 1.5 hours.
The dedication.
We should have a Cooking with Sean show.
Spin-off series.
New break video.
John's not back here yet. Good. Yeah. I don't. I mean, it's not a massive priority. We can always kill him.
I am trying to avoid that if we can. The less blood in our hands, the better. But anyway, if John's not in there, I'll come in.
Oh, speaking of which, hey, actually, I can't speak to John. Oh yeah, I can. Hey, you know, on the corn pops, if you know, what would be really cool if you could get some sort of like, if you could get like, you know, you did that thing with the sugar and then you like boiled it so it like became really hard and then pour it over the top.
Sweet corny pops?
Yeah, I think you called it like mackerel. It was real.
Caramel?
Yes, yeah. Pour it on the corny pops. It'd be good. Oh,
I mean,
if you put it on apples too, that'd be great.
I think that's a thing. I feel like I've maybe seen that.
Yeah,
but...
I think you. Yeah, you're right. You did that for me one time.
Oh, yeah. I mean, the other one though is unique. Sure, I guess I'll give it a try. I'll make 2 batches in case it doesn't turn out too hot.
Oh.
Fucking, where the hell am I gonna get sugar? I need sugar. I'll figure something.
Walking around asking for sugar at every single house.
Can I have a cup of sugar?
Just your neighbor looking for a cup of brown sugar.
So you three finally meet each other back in the archives.
So, anything interesting that you found out while we were gone?
Yeah. I found, well, basically I just confirmed what I knew about the Pixie King. And I looked into some more about plane changing, and I think if we're going to, have I told you about visiting the fire plane? Anyway, it's not important. But if we that fork to visit the fire plane, we need to make sure we get one from this plane to come back. But other than that, what do you think? What do you think we should do? You with Mr. John, like Mr. Drake is pretty keen, and I am pretty keen to go to the mountain now that we've got the 4 tattoos and open the door. But you seem worried about doing that with Jean now.
Yes. Well, to your previous point, before I jump into that, finding an item attuned to this plane shouldn't be difficult. Most magical shops have items attuned to this plane. So that one should be fairly straightforward to acquire, especially if we're going to Kronos. So that's something that we can tick off the list since we're going there anyway.
Oh, good. Well, so the thing that I was thinking, Miss Celeste, is that this lily creature has suggested we go to Kronos, and would have access to all of Jean's thoughts. they haven't suggested we go to the mountain, so for that reason, I think that it's not as dangerous as you're like you're like, let's keep it secret from this person, but John's already been there and seen it, which means Lily's already been there and seen it.
But
So
John
it's
does not know what's behind the door more than any of us do. So who's to say that once they find out what is behind the door, if it's some sort of powerful, weapon, or it's an enchantment or something like that, if they're not going to turn around and use it on us or something.
Yeah, that's true, except that when dealing with people smarter than you, it's good to know that they know what's going on. So, like, she's not enthusiastic about going to the mountain, which kind of indicates to me that it's safe to go there because she already knows at least as much as John knows, and probably more, actually. And she's not enthusiastic to go there. So, if we go to Kronos, then she's going to get what she wants. But we have a very good, plausible reason to not go to Kronos because we have to go there first. And
I understand what you're
But
saying, but it does not make me feel better.
You're saying giving Lily what she wants is probably worse than potentially finding something that Lily would want more.
well, but also behind the door, we get onto the radar of Baal. What was
Athea.
Athea, right? And Athea's already killed Lily once before, so it's kind of on her pay grade. So if Baal, hey Baal, Athea, if they were listening, like we need to get their attention somehow. And so if we go to the place that they told us to go and get their attention again, maybe they'll take us to that luncheon again. That was great. And if we are in the luncheon place and we'd be like, ha, get Lily out of John, because I was thinking that I could turn John into a fox and then take him to Vartex and be like, hey Vartex, there's a powerful being that's going to undermine our plans. Can you deal with that? But you think that Vartex is not as powerful as Lily. So my original plan, I was hoping that you'd work. Well, my original plan was to take Jean to Vartex and get them to fight it out.
I feel as though that would go awfully for everyone involved. It's not a bad plan. I think that perhaps Vartex might know about this, about this creature more than we do. But I also do not trust.
I already spoke to Vartex about the tadpole, and Vartex didn't know how to help fix it.
Well, then there's not going to know how to pull a fallen titan out of someone's body either, I would assume.
Yeah, different thing slightly. But
didn't we also promise not to put Vartex in danger?
Yeah, that's why I don't want to do it anymore. That makes sense. I had this weird feeling in my gut where I was like, that plan's a bad idea. Since Miss Celeste told me that it was a bad idea, even though I thought it was a good idea. Yeah, see, it's a bad idea because it's going to put Mr. Vartex in danger, and that's why I don't want to do it anymore, even though I want to do it.
I also want to note that if we can avoid going to Vartex for anything, I would highly recommend it. I mean, if this shall gesture over to the rows and rows and rows of information about war crimes and massacres and whatever, I shall kind of gesture. If this is not reason enough to stay away from the creature, then I don't know what else could convince you.
On that note, I think it's time for a break.
Good, because I'm fucking hungry. All the talk about food.
Thank you for that, John.
Huzzah.
Let's
That's
go on.
beautiful.
Let's go on a small break, and then when we come back, we can see wherever they choose to go.
Woo!
Oh my god, hi! Sorry, I totally didn't see you there. I was too busy hanging out in our Monsters and Mayhem Discord server. Hi, I'm Laura, your friendly neighborhood gremlin, and today I'm here to talk to you about the Monsters Mayhem Discord server. Monsters Mayhem Discord server can be found by typing !Discord over in the chat. Over at the Discord we do cool things, like tonight's one-shot. That's right, the cast from today's one-shot were plucked from our Discord like an orphan off the street. So if you want to come and hang out and play Dungeons & Dragons, come do that. We also have not streamed one-shots if you don't want to be broadcasted to the entire internet. We also do that as well. Our mods run kind of one-shots and things like that. Or maybe you're looking for people to play your home game, or looking to form a group of players. Come do that as well. You can poach awesome D&D players from our Discord server. We allow poaching, which is really cool. Or maybe you're a gremlin, like me, who stays up way too late looking at the subtly glowing white screen, trying to finish quests in video games, and you are just left counting down the hours until you have to wake up in the morning, just constantly glancing at the clock and trying desperately to finish that quest before the timer runs out, and then you wonder why you're always tired because you stay up until the sunlight starts creeping through the window. If that's the case, we also have games nights every Tuesday. Come along and play group games with us. You also have the chance to win cool prizes, which is really cool, just for showing up. We have like a leaderboard, and if you show up, you get put directly on the leaderboard. And then if you're a pleasure to play with, or if you win the game, you get points. And those points count towards winning prizes, which is really cool. Or maybe you like dogs, and cats, and reptiles, and llamas. I'm totally serious about the llamas. That's the thing. We have really cool photos of those all up on our Discord channel too. So come look at those. And food. Who doesn't like food? We have lots of photos of food. So if you like recipe ideas, come and hang out and look at those. And we also celebrate birthdays. If it's your birthday, we'll be like, it's your birthday! You're awesome! We love you! So come and do that on our Discord channel as well. Or do you like dice? Can I tempt you with dice, maybe? We have this innate urge inside all of us as Dungeons & Dragons players or tabletop RPG players to collect dice and hoard them up like a dragon. And we post photos of those hoards and really pretty dice and links to where you can buy them if you want to strain your bank account. So come do that if you want to be tempted to blow your life savings. Maybe you play Dungeons & Dragons and have a really cool character concept, or tabletop RPG, really cool character concepts, and you want to share those character concepts with people who will totally nerd out with you about those. Come do that. Or maybe you have a home game and you have this really cool plot point that you want to talk about. Come do that. We really want to hear those stories as well. Just don't let Tom hear any of them because we don't want to give him any ideas, because for reasons. So yeah. Come hang out in the Discord server. Lots of really cool people. We're all really friendly, and if you're not friendly, you get a ban. So it's moderated, it's really active. Come hang out with us. We really want to hang out with you. So yeah, do that. Hang out with us. That's it. That's the ad. That's all I have to talk about. I mean, I can keep talking if you want me to. Do you want me to keep talking? I can. What can I talk about? I can talk about that. Oh, that weird growth that I found living under our kitchen sink. That's a cool story. Oh, or I can tell you the story about how Tom found rats and they were like stealing his forks, which is apparently a true story. Like the fork thief. That's really cool. Or I could talk about the time in the campaign where we realized that the big bad evil guy all along was actually this guy named...
Monsters and Mayhem is sponsored by Miniporium.net, a huge selection of highly detailed miniatures for any tabletop role-playing game. Check out the beautiful miniatures, and if you use the code MAYHEM, all capital letters, at checkout, then you receive a 30% discount. In the beginning there was nothing. From the nothing sprung forth a something. The something was not a who or it. The something simply was. The something began roaming the nothingness and found itself alone. In solitude the something became the somethings. Multiple somethings sprung forth of the something, each with its own voice and presence. The somethings, as great as divine as they were, all needed something to measure their own greatness by. They created the first earth, and by doing so, became gods. The first earth was not perfect. In fact, it had many flaws. Because it was made as a circle, most things placed upon it would fall off the sides into the nothingness. The gods grew furious about the earth, and they cut it in half to make it flat. The excess was simply pushed aside and forgotten, at least for a while. The second earth was perfect, flat and vast. Each god began to populate it with creations and land masses of their dreams. Each god creating beings of their very own. Soon the world was full of inhabitants, and they all began to watch over their creations with anticipation. However, many creations did not turn out the way the gods had hoped for, and a lot of animosity was born over the first few years. The creations would go to war with each other and even themselves. Some of these wars even spilled into the realm of the gods, where the gods themselves would command their creations to destroy another god's creation. The gods were eager to prove themselves better than another, and a long bloody war was fought throughout the first era of the first 3,000 years. A massive war for survival was fueled by the gods themselves as the world began to burn. They started to see their own mistakes. The gods made many sacrifices and separated some races from others by magic or by using the elements of nature. They tried to stop their creation, and slowly a peace of sorts came to be. And such the second era came to be, with peace and kindness as its goal. Not every god nor every creature followed the peaceful ways, and some even broke away from their gods after such events. But for now the god wars were over, having successfully separated their creation to an extent, minimizing the overall doomsday and averting full chaos. For almost another 3,000 years the races had been completely separated. The gods had made a plan. The God Gate, located now in the Kingdom of Quill and where the borders of Okorlan is, had been inscribed with one of the family's life forces, the Karameshi. Once a descendant of that family were to attempt to open the God Gate, all races would once again have free reign. At the end of the 3,000 years, an unknown member of the Karameshi touched the God Gate, unlocking the prophecy. The mountain chains and oceans dividing the races all came down all over the realm. Great panic and rejoice at the same time, as creatures that had once only heard fairy tales of each other now once again stood face to face with one another. The gods had hoped that the last 6,000 years would have been enough for everyone to learn to coexist. But from the start the tension already started building again. Wherever fragile peace was on the table seemed to crumble and regather from time to time. But the time of the wars was surely not over. There was now other entities who spread darkness across the world. Maybe the world had learned its lesson, or maybe it was doomed to repeat it. Welcome to the world of Epidos, where adventures are born, heroes are forged, and villains are always up to mischief. The Kingdom of Quill lies in the middle of it all, the heart of human civilization, at least if you ask them. To the north lies the cold Shadanon, where Northling constantly test the borders to the kingdom with raids and invasions. To the south lies the desert lands of Zahani, ruled by self-proclaimed princes and empresses. The tension is at an all-high after a failed invasion into the kingdom years ago still sends trouble both ways. To the southeast lies the Dragon Empire, a proud people ruled by the Dragon Emperor, who according to legend are descended from a real dragon. The empire has been locked in a cold war with the kingdom for generations, blocking all travel from entering the nation. But for the common folk, it's Monday. The birds are flying low and it looks like it may rain.
Jean Ordenfall spent his childhood on his family's farm, just south of the Duvet Forest. His parents, Durden and Macy, had raised him well, teaching him what he needed to know to one day take over. Financially, they did quite well for themselves, carting their crops to nearby towns and cities for sale, although the frigid weather that often surrounded their home did not make it an easy life. As is the case with most youngins living the farm life, Jean eventually sought to see what else the world had to offer, and so he left in search of what opportunities the neighboring city had for him. It wasn't long before he realized the city life was not his to live. The boy who left, though, had become a man, and the man had met a woman, a blacksmith's daughter by the name of Cerithia. They fell for each other quick, and before they knew it, their love blossomed into a marriage and a son. The son they named Durlin, after Jean's father. Jean eventually returned home to his parents' farm with his family, where they made a life for themselves, a new life for his wife and son, but one all too familiar to Jean. They were happy. That is, until the day vile creatures from beyond the veil made their way into their home. After being driven from his homeland by the insatiable undead that now plague it, Jean seeks out those brave enough to aid him in cleansing his land of the foul fate that befell him and his family, and exacting the vengeance he so eagerly thirsts for.
As a child, Celeste Highcrest would never have dreamed of leaving the sheltered life of luxury she had become accustomed to. Born to two noble parents in a land far beyond the Vale, Celeste's childhood had been fraught with expectation. Her father, High Archivist Saran Highcrest, had set high standards for his two children, and the elder of those two elves, Celeste's sister Cressida, had surpassed all of them. Cressida had found her talents at an early age, her nose buried in books, and magic coming to her as easy as breathing. Celeste, however, had struggled in the shadow of her sister's success for as long as she could remember, never quite meeting the expectations of her father, and always the object of his disappointed glances. When the two elves came of age, they sat the entrance exam to join their father at the sanctum, to become mentored under his tutelage and scribe ancient texts in the archives. Cressida, to no one's surprise, had passed the exam with overwhelming success. Celeste, on the other hand, held true to her long-standing tradition of always being second best. It was rare that one should ever choose to leave their homeland, but never being able to escape the constant overshadowing from her sister, Celeste had decided it was finally time to break free of this tradition. For here, she would always be Cressida's sister, never her own person. But if she were to leave, perhaps she could finally forge her own path. She found her way to the dimension door, stepping through for the first time and finding herself in a land strangely familiar, yet unlike anything she had ever experienced. She boarded the first ship she came across, bound for the kingdom of Quell, and spent years traveling these oceans between continents, desperate to find something worthy enough to bring home as tribute to her family. Until one day, the news found her. The door that she had stepped through to enter this plane had vanished, along with every other door that could lead her home. Now stuck, seemingly an entire universe between her and her homeland, Celeste is searching for answers, and some miracle that could lead her home again.
A young half-elf, Tam Corthan grew up working the land with his father and learning herb lore and healing from his elven mother. After a horrible childhood accident, he swore he would avoid violence, unless he had no other choice. When the war came, like every Corthan for generations before him, Tam enlisted to fight for his king. During the bloody battle for King's Helm, Tam's selfless efforts to heal his friends caught the eye of the celestial Aethia, and she became his patron, giving him the gift of celestial healing. His courage in battle did not prevent him from drawing the ire of his superiors. His compassion was blind, and he would heal all in need, even the enemy. After the end of the war, Tam worked as a healer in the villages outside Crackvolm, hoping to save enough money to gain entry to the Healers Guild. After a series of unfortunate events, Tam finds himself in debt to a very wealthy and very criminal cartel boss. Pinned between his compassion and his new master, Tam tries to make the best of his situation, dreaming of a day where he can live his life in freedom.
Ingwe grew up in an exclusive, reclusive community of druids. His elders, ancient and wise, one of the greatest, his mother, was a great storyteller, and he grew up sharing their stories. While the community has very strict rules and customs and routines, each member is encouraged once in a lifetime to travel out into the world and experience the trials and tribulations, bring back their challenges to share and to tell the story of the world.
What's
Oh
your
no,
strength
back with the
modifier?
sandwich.
There we go.
Plus one.
Ingwe's got John's food.
Summon the sandwich. Summon the sandwich.
Yum.
Yeah.
And as we
Was
left
I too
off-
slow?
No, you
Only
were.
just.
Just on time.
He walked in frame with the sandwich.
And as we left off before, everyone caught up in the, I guess, library. And we have a conversation about what to do now.
Yeah, John's not there.
Nah, not yet, unfortunately. Sorry, Gino. You could have stayed home. Sure.
That's fine by me.
Right.
I feel like
I
we've
don't
forgotten
want-
something.
Wait, forgotten what?
I don't know.
I feel like perhaps there's an.
Sorry. All right, back in.
Because I told them that someone has forgotten something in the inventory, but they don't understand it, don't know.
So, we need to figure out a plan, what our next steps are, because when I spoke to Devon and Julius, they very politely but firmly asked us to start making arrangements to leave as soon as possible.
No. This is the first cool, sensible place I've been in since I got here.
I know it's unfortunate, but with the affliction, they are worried about their location being known, which is understandable.
All right. Well, okay. So we're not gonna kill him.
Not until
Not
he
yet.
gives us reason to. And by him, I mean Lily. Lily X.
Yes, I don't want to kill Jean unless it's absolutely necessary. Because, well, that would be. I mean, John's a friend.
Right.
Which idea? Your idea has merit, Ingwe, when it comes down to getting the intention of Aethia. However, I am still fighting this feeling in the pit of my stomach that whatever's behind that door may prove too much of a temptation.
Just hear me out. Right. Some other being has cursed John to be a zombie when he dies. Do you
Right.
think Lily will still be interested in John if he's a zombie? Oh no, you already said that you couldn't bring him back to life if he was a zombie. Yeah. Do you know what I mean? Like, we could kill him and then Lily'd get bored with him. You know, like
There is
sometimes with really stupid creatures, you like with the foxes, when I'm playing with them, I'm trying to train them to, like, you know, like sit and lie down, and they just want to bite my hands, and so instead of going ow and making it a game of them biting my hands, I just leave my hand there, and I'm really boring, and they're like, oh no, that's not fun, and then they stop biting my hand. Why don't we do that with John? Like, make him really boring by being dead, and then
Drakic.
she'll.
Sorry. Say, Drakic, this isn't a terrible idea, and I hate to say it, but it may have some degree of merit. Because, Drakic, correct me if I'm wrong, but there is a spell that exists in the realm of healing arts and magic that can actually stop a body from progressing through the stages of decomposition.
Yes.
It extends the vitality of reviving a body long after that period of its usual application.
I have used it once. You've seen me use it already. So we got Mina out of there.
Not a terrible idea, although I do worry that if Jean dies, then the parasite will simply jump onto the next host, the next available host.
But that's not our concern while we go to the mountain.
Or what if the next available host is one of us?
Oh.
That'll be very much our concern. And although you are quite wise, anyway, and quite smart, I feel as though you and I are both the same when it comes down to the strength of our, minds.
There's like spells and stuff you can use, and like rings and stuff. Like, I've got a ring, and John's. Oh, he's got a ring, and it already.
And the worst part of it is, even if we did want to go down this route or something, we couldn't even warn him, which makes it awful.
Oh, I already asked him about this last night.
Oh.
This morning. He didn't give me a clear answer, but he seemed to make sense of it. Like, the conundrum we were... You know, like, I spoke to him about pigs with maggots, and he was like, yeah, that makes sense. I don't think he gets that I was talking about him when I was talking about the pig. I think he does.
Right.
Make a religion check. Okay. Or medicine check. Whichever one you want.
Don't say that.
Medicine's better. 10?
You don't know, but you get the feeling that if this would have worked, it wouldn't have been so hard to get rid of them.
It wouldn't have been so hard to get rid of them, or?
Seems too easy for this to have been a plague of these things.
Like, you can't revivify someone if they don't have a brain, and the Mind Flayer eats their brain, so we can never get John back because it'll just eat his dead brain.
It's very common, accessible spells for a spellcaster. And even in the Underdark, you would assume that someone would definitely have spells more powerful than that, and they used to have trouble.
I was thinking more of, though, getting rid of Lily. You know, if we break its toy, doesn't want to play with it anymore, along those lines, rather than, you know, I feel as though the flayer is secondary. We need to get rid of the actual thing causing it before, because even if we got rid of it, it should just keep putting more in. So I feel as though we need to get rid of the source first.
Nah. See, the problem, Celeste, is I thought that would be right if he got it in the city, but he got it with his arm from the Dreamweaver.
Right.
Do we chop off his arm?
Nah. I should fight it. Remember she said if we fought her...
Look,
Just kill us.
Devon said John was a strong guy, and he'd be able to fend this thing off for a while. And, well, Devon's the Grandmaster, so...
But you also have to remember, Drake, that he said, I don't know really anything about this, and I can't be much help. So, I would assume
But he also said, I don't know anything, but I know where you can find it.
No, that was Julius.
Ah, right. But it's the same thing. I mean, he didn't know anything, and he pointed us to Julius, and Julius said, I don't know anything, and he pointed us to the place.
Yes, but they also don't know anything about the effects, the causes, any of the actual information, other than where to go to find the information. So, them saying, "Oh yes, he'll be fine," I feel as though it was more of just mollycoddling.
My concern is if we kill John, and then what stops the Mind Flayer from just taking over, whether Lily's there or not.
Correct.
And if Lily leaves, great. Now we have a Mind Flayer that we have no idea what to do with, at an accelerated pace, eating John.
We need a 2 birds, 1 stone magic missile type solution, where I can get multiple targets at once.
Well, Miss Celeste, I think we're back at your advice from yesterday, and last night you told me that we should wait and see. So I think we should continue with the plans that we discussed yesterday, and watch and see what happens. And the best plan we have is to go to the mountain, because Lily doesn't want to go there. She believes us that we want to go there, and it will raise the attention of the other Titans.
I don't like it, but it's the best we've got.
I think, yes, I agree.
I also agree.
So mountain, and then we're finding our way to Blightwood, and then up to Kronos. Is that correct? Kronos is our last destination.
Well, I'm saying mountain, and hopefully we find an excuse to find our way to get this thing out of Lily's head before we even think about Kronos.
No, it's Jean's head. It's not Lily's head. Don't jump the gun.
Oh, sorry. Sorry,
We're not
I get
that far
confused
gone
whose head
quite
it
yet.
is that. It could be Lily's, John's, could be his wife's. Lots of people up there. There's multiple personalities.
I know that we want to go to Blightwood. And so, if anything, that buys us more time without seeming suspicious. And we need to get to Kronos last anyway, because then we have the ability to teleport wherever we need to go next. Once we've figured out what's in the mountain, hopefully that'll give us a direction, and hopefully we won't invoke the wrath of some ancient fallen titan. Make our way to Blightwood, ponder, digest the information, whatever it is that we find there, and then make our way to Kronos with a plan. That should give us at least... How long approximately would the journey be from Mount Valor to Blightwood? I know it's kind of like directly across, but I don't know.
I think it was
3 days.
I like
3
walking
days.
slowly anyway, so could give us, a work week, 5 days.
And maybe we can enjoy the scenery for once.
I would like to do that. As long as whatever we find behind that door isn't going to put more time pressure on us, but I have a feeling it might. So let's just go with this plan for now, and then we'll deal with whatever stipulations come up in the meantime.
Shall we go find John?
I think he's coming back here, is he not?
In the meantime, Sean, you have finally cooked your corn pops, and everything is a splendor of different variations.
All right. Bag everything up. Appreciate y'all letting me use everything.
Yeah, no worries, my friend. Stay safe out there.
And you. All right. Amongst all that, Sean definitely just dropped a coin or two around. I'm going to say he left like 3 gold coins scattered throughout somewhere in the kitchen.
Oh, someone dropped something.
Yeah, I saw
It's
that
my
before as well.
lucky day.
Yep. And then head back to the group.
Arise. Ooh.
Hey, sorry it took a while. I wanted to make sure I made something proper, and then there was a request. You're trying them first, Stingray, but here we go. I brought hard-boiled eggs. I made little cheese tarts and chicken tarts. I made some gingerbread and two kinds of corny pop. There's regular, which I made with oil, no butter, as per request, and then this one, which is coated in caramel. I hope you all enjoy it.
That's really good.
All right, yeah, let's try.
Corny pops.
Going to go take a walk.
Right.
Can I keep some in my bag? Oh, what's this?
And do whatever you need to do.
Why do I have this
temporary
boot?
hit points?
Yes, actually, yes, these are considered snacks from a cooking thing. So, anyone who eats these gets 3 temporary hit points.
Okay.
Well, anyone. 3 people. And Jean is choosing you 3. So, found
You can take the 3 because Celeste will not be partaking.
fair. He will not, and just keep the food aside, just in case when you get back. Did you say you just found a boot in your bag, Ingwe?
Yeah, I stole it from. Oh, wow, this is really hard to not lie. I stole it from Orem. You know when we had that job in the where we were supposed to look after people, and he got really drunk, and we needed money because we were really poor at that time, and then we worked out that magic and music could make money before that.
Yep.
Yeah, well, I've got also. Oh, look, there's like these round gold things, and cool. Oh. Didn't you find that? Like, didn't you find that dagger with the like cool purpley whisper? Do you still have that?
Yeah, the soul dagger, absolutely. I keep that on me at all times.
Oh yeah, that's right. Cool. Well, anyway, should I? Anyway, I'll put it back in my bag.
All right.
You just carry random boots around?
I got all sorts of stuff. What do you want?
I think I'm good.
I've got like pockets everywhere. This is what's so good about this dress. Often dresses they don't make with pockets, but mine does. Has pockets.
Crazy.
Look! Here, it's a present for you.
Thanks.
Anything in particular you wanted to do in the meanwhile, Celeste, or were you just walking away? Just checking.
Just getting some fresh air and some alone time.
Good. Just checking. So the three of you catch up with a wonderful meal
She's taking a shower outside.
and getting some rest.
Sean's gonna
Well,
carefully take little bits of the meal as well and just make like a little plate and keep it aside for Celeste when she comes back, and then leave the rest to everyone else.
Actually,
you guys,
now that you mention it, sorry, there is one thing I wanted to do. Sorry, you can go first if you want. I can wait.
no, that's what I feel. This is gonna go into a hey, what did you find out? So,
Right.
cover it.
What would you like to do?
I would like to send a message.
Ooh.
I would like to send a message to Kina.
Kina?
Kina. Kina, it's Celeste. I have a question, and no time to ask it delicately. Do you know how to get to the Underdark? Please reply soon.
Please reply. Beep.
Hey, Celeste. Yeah, I guess I do. I don't know if I would want to. Question mark?
I'll send it again. Don't know if I want to either, but it's necessary. Directions would be nice. You can reach me via Postum Arcanum. They know.
Yeah, I think that's a conversation we should probably have in person, though. It's a secret.
Send message. I'll send sending again. It's my last spell slot. A bit tied up. We'll try to make it back to King's Helm before we leave. If not, I'll check in tomorrow. Have a lovely afternoon. Thank you.
Yeah, cool. You too. Thanks.
There is marker for all of my spell slots. All of my third level spell slots.
You don't need those. What's
You
the
don't-
chances the black dragon's about to attack them?
We're safe here. I'll just beg them to let me stay one more night. Please, I just need it now. Alright. That's it.
In the meanwhile, Sean, you finally caught up with your compatriots and they have eaten their snacks. What would you like to do?
You guys find out anything good or useful?
Yeah.
Nope. I think we need to go to the mountain. I think that's our plan.
All right. I mean, yeah. I think the mountain's one of the better ideas for where to go. So, sure.
Just, that seems the next logical step in this whole adventure.
I mean, yeah. Speaking of as well, here, for each of you, here's a copy of my tattoo, and I made some copies of Ingway's. And when we get the chance, we'll get to you and Celeste. So that way, just in case, you can sort of hopefully figure things out in case something happens.
Do I notice anything when I try and fit them together?
They don't quite fit, but they are very similar. There is still something missing to tie them together.
Yeah, well, so I've been here all day researching. I've read lots of things. If there's anything specific you want me to fill you in on, I can tell you the specifics. You only have to ask, and I'll tell you exactly what I know.
I mean, there's not a lot particularly. I don't know if did you find anything worth noting regarding Vortex.
They have a
Yeah.
room dedicated to the guy.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. Same stuff that we knew before. Like to play lots of tricks. Lots of people didn't like those tricks. Yeah.
Okay. I mean, I don't know what else you guys maybe searched. That's pretty much all I was around for. I don't know. Did you have a look about anything regarding my situation?
Oh, I didn't research the city yet. I should. Yeah, good point. The Ordnance Falls at the thrice cursed city. That's what I'll do next. Sorry, I didn't.
No, I just
research anything about the city. I'm sorry. I got distracted because I spent most of the time looking about the Pixie King. Turns out he's not that important. Mid-level criminal guy.
okay. Well, that's a relief considering all the shit we're dealing with. At least if he's showing up, he's not as bad as the rest.
Yeah, I think. Well, I'm pretty distracted by it because it seems like the person that raised me isn't the person that made me, and that's
Right. I remember Celeste mentioning that as a theory from the other information you thought of. Huh.
So I'm pretty motivated, personally now, to complete Celeste and Vartex's quest to bring the veil down, because I think the person who made me is in the fireplane.
Sure. Understood. I mean, I'll do what I can to help.
I really appreciate that, John. I think you're a really good friend. I
Thank you.
really
I
value.
don't feel like it lately, but I appreciate the sentiment.
Oh, well, you've been dealing with some things, like.
Sure. Yeah.
Everyone has their demons, John. Some are just more present.
Yeah. Most people don't shake the hands of theirs. Regardless. All right. Celeste doesn't seem up to talking with me anytime soon. So if you could just
I don't think it's you, Mr. John. I think it's your companions. I've been there, right? Because I'm friends with Vartex, and I chat to Vartex, and then Miss Celeste doesn't want to talk to me because of Vartex. Don't take it personally. It's like it's the other person's that's the problem.
Sure. Yeah. Well, regardless, can you please pass on my apologies to her? And of course, I apologize to you guys for getting you into this situation. It was not my intention. I thought whatever this was wouldn't affect everyone else, really. I thought it would be something that would sort of be to some degree controllable, something that would be sort of internal struggle.
Well, you've got us out of a bind. We were like trapped in that cage, the prison thing, and you know, like you got to take the sweet with the sour.
It's like your corny pop idea.
Yeah. Savory, sweet. Well, anyway, are you in agreement with the plan to go to the mountain, and then we'll walk? If you don't mind, I'd on the way to Kronos, I'd like to check out the Blightwood, to see my friends, and then we'll I'll go to Kronos and try and help your friend do what they want to do.
Yeah, I'm happy to take a step back, so to speak, and I'm happy with whatever the group decides. I think I've been guiding a lot of our decisions a bit lately, and last I spoke with her, Lily seemed all right with letting us handle a few of our own things before moving back over. I think she needs a bit of time for whatever she's got prepared.
Yeah, well, she's a bit like aggressive with the threats and stuff, but seems nice enough. Yeah.
Sure. I don't see it, but I guess we all have our opinions on people.
Yeah, it's about a perspective, isn't it? Like,
Yep.
All right. Eventually, I'm sure that the list will return to the flock.
Or does she?
Dun, dun, dun.
She just never comes back. Alright, guys, it's been a fun
Jumps off
campaign.
the edge.
Yeah. Hello, I'm Dandy. I'm the new character.
I've been living here my whole life.
Yeah.
I'm Illest.
Celeste's twin sister.
Oh, Cressida. I'm here.
So what would you like to do?
Well, suppose we better start gathering our things. I don't suppose Julius would pop me back down to Kingshelm briefly. Just one last time. Do you reckon it's worth asking? I feel as though we've kind of used up a lot of our favors.
oh, may as well ask. I'll come with you if you want to go there.
I think I'd best stay.
Oh, right. Oh, we didn't tell you. But it was very exciting. When we were there, Ingwe, Drekik went and got his spectacles. And he met someone very special. It was quite interesting.
Mm-hmm.
You know how you're on the hunt to find someone you want to spend the rest of your life with?
Yeah.
There was a moment between Drekik and the owner of a jewelry store. There was definitely some, how
I'd
would you say,
rather not
sparks
talk
flying.
about it, to be perfectly honest.
That's so exciting.
I wish you could have been there. It was very interesting.
Sounds amazing. Sounds world changing.
Anyway, I can tell you about it if you wanted to come with me.
Yeah, let's go. Oh well, we'll see if Julius will. Shall we go? Shall we plan? Shall we let them know that we're going to go to the mountain tomorrow morning? Is that the? We'll get up in the morning, like Celeste morning, like if we get up at like second breakfast, from John and Drekik's perspective, and we'll leave at second breakfast, which is when you're comfortable, comfortable sleep, not wake you up early, so you're pleasant to be around.
Right. Let's just go see if Julius will take us down and ask a question. I'm going to put on my, my most charming disposition.
You find him sitting outside of the office, where he's usually frequenting, sitting there with his pipe. Oh, we were back again so soon.
Yes, Julius, long time no speak. Hope you've had a good not an hour since I last saw you.
It's been quiet.
So you know, what we spoke about before, and how we need to get more information about what we're dealing with.
Mhm.
I spoke to someone very briefly, very cryptically as well. And they may have some information on how to get to where we need to get. But they won't relay that to me via typical methods of communication. Number one, due to time constraints over sending messages via spells, you probably know. And number two,
Mhm.
won't put it in writing.
Right.
I was wondering, even though you've done us so many favors already, and while I really, really appreciate everything that you have done for us, we're planning on leaving tomorrow morning to go off on our way and get out of your hair, but I was wondering if I might request one final favor of you before then, because they're currently just down there, and I could jump off the edge, but I think that would make a rather dramatic entrance, and I'd rather keep a low profile.
Right. Make a persuasion check.
I'm okay with I'm charismatic. Oh, yeah, that's a dirty 20. 14 plus 6.
Right. I got one more left in me. Are you all going, or is it just you?
Yeah. Can I come too?
Sure.
Yeah. Celeste was saying you made them look different. I can just do that myself. I want to go see if I can read a book.
Right. Okay. Cast another disguise self on Celeste. And she looks like the man familiar.
As he's casting, she's like, "Oh, I can do mine myself." Right. Well.
I prefer it this way. Funny. Anyway. What's that up there? Both fall. And then you land. In the middle of a little grassy park. Surrounded by market stalls. And you are once again down in Kingsell.
Julius is with us, yes.
Yes, he looks like an old woman now.
Looks like the same woman that Drekik was
No,
before.
no.
Oh, that would be so
different one.
funny. You should go to this jewelry store, Julius. Hilarious. I feel as though we should stick together while we're here.
Oh, I thought we were gonna split up. All right. Where are you planning on going?
There's someone that I need to speak to. They may have some information pertaining our situation. Potentially. I mean,
Me too.
why? What did you want to come down here for? I thought you just wanted to come along for the ride.
Oh nah. I wanna. There's a book I want to read.
Hey, what book is it?
That's the Book of the Dead.
The Book of the Dead.
Yeah. Apparently it's in the King's collection.
Oh, and you want to do that now?
Just while we were here, I thought it'd be easy. I'd just go and chat to him and see if he'll let me read it. I'm good at remembering stuff, so.
She'll just kind of look towards Julius. Well, let's go do my thing first, and then we can go and do your thing after. But don't get your hopes up too high.
Oh.
I have a feeling
Okay.
it might be more difficult than just asking, but we can go and ask.
Huh?
Going to
You
make
head
my
back
way
to-
towards the flux.
So, you eventually make it to the flux. And as usual, you are greeted by the BBG, who welcomes you and shows you the way to Kina, behind the counter.
Thank you, BB.
You are most welcome.
Kina,
Well, hello, we meet again.
meet again. How did you go with that bracelet?
I managed to finally fix it.
Oh, that's good
Took
to
a
hear.
bit of hard work, but yes.
Oh, well, that's very good to hear. I'm glad that you got it sorted.
Yeah, it's rather interesting, but yeah.
Look, I hate to do this, especially when we're just acquaintances at this stage, but I am in rather a dire need of information, and I feel as though you are the closest to the source that I would know.
Okay,
You got my messages earlier?
I did. Still not quite sure what you want down there.
Information. And I think that down there is the only place to get it.
Well, there's a few ways of going around it. The first way is to find an entrance, obviously. I know one that's fairly secret. It's a little safer than others. But it's a little tricky to get to.
Is the one in the wilds?
No, it's not quite that far. It's it's in Sarova, where the winter is always biting. There's a little area near the Petrova Mera. It's a cave almost, but there's an illusion on the cave. It's not very big. The only way you're really going to see it is if you're going to cast detect magic. But it's safe. We'll take you to some of the more neutral areas.
Appreciate that. We wouldn't be going down if it wasn't. If we weren't in dire straits.
Hey, it's your funeral.
Well, hopefully not. We're actually doing this to save someone's life. So
Well, good luck with that then.
I heard that. Did you spend much time there? Are you from the area or?
I had my childhood was there. It wasn't very pleasant, obviously. We left. Oh, yeah, it's many years ago now.
We've been told by some sources that there are certain drow in the community in the Underdark that know of a certain. I don't know if you would call it a ritual or a rite or something that can remove a plague. The plague of the, the parasitic inclination from someone's being. Do you know anything about that?
I've heard about it. I've never seen it done. But I also escaped when I was a child. I haven't been here very long in that sense of the grand scheme of things. I was probably only there for maybe 1/5 of my life.
Yes, no, I understand that. I'm
I know
at the
more of
moment.
this place than the downstairs, to be honest. But I don't know. I was a small child, or smaller at least, when I was like kidnapped, and it turned out to be positive. Turned out to be that when I escaped from them, I could find my own way, and I wasn't in the dictatorship downstairs anymore. But
And it's a
it has
marvelous
just
life that you made for yourself up here. I mean, this business is, phenomenal.
yeah, I guess so.
Well, I certainly appreciate your talents, among other things, and you'll always be my first stop when I need, items and enchantments. You've never let me down, so I'm glad that you're here.
Right. Well, good luck, I guess.
Thank you. We're in the middle of chasing a bunch of rumor and conjecture, to even have confirmation that such a thing exists is more than we've had so far. So
Well, if you do go down there, say Say hi to my father if you meet him. I mean, I don't know if it's possible. I haven't seen him in hundreds of years.
What's your father's
There's
name?
Abeladon Salmore.
Oh, that's Laura. That's not Celeste.
He was still downstairs when we left.
A Belladon. And he's I suppose similar in appearance to yourself.
Yeah, as far as I remember, he was, but it's a long time ago now.
And whereabouts? Are there cities down there? Are there provinces? Are there?
Oh yeah, there's a lot of cities and territories. It's like up here, just tighter. There's less space.
And if we were to go looking for him, whereabouts would we start?
I don't know. I haven't seen him since we left. I haven't been brave enough to go back to look for him. I'm not a fighter.
No, I understand that. Must be something with elves and their fathers.
Perhaps. Let's hope he's okay. Yeah, I don't know.
She'll kind of look towards Ingwe quickly.
What is this place?
Oh, I sell magic items here, or special magic item work.
Cool. That's a cool shop. Do you buy magic items too?
Occasionally.
Oh yeah, cool. Well,
But mostly I make them. What I kind of do.
you make them yourself.
Which is very, very talented, Ingwe. You know Jean-Jacques, she made that.
Oh yeah, that's true.
Cool.
Both of them.
Yes, both of them. And your darts as well, she helped him.
Oh yeah, these ones. Oh, cool.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, I can make a little bit of everything.
Oh, that's. Yeah, that's cool. What? Do you have any? Do you have anything that you can make that can stop, like demons from getting into my brain?
I can probably do that. Yeah, I can probably make something like that. It's probably like expensive though. But...
I've got money and I've got things. Oh, actually, the thing that I don't have is time. Will it take you time to make a thing like that?
Oh yeah, it's probably gonna take a few weeks maybe.
Oh, maybe next time.
You can always buy it now, and then you can leave the money, and you can come pick it up like later, like everyone else does.
Yeah, maybe. What do you have? Do you have anything that I can have now?
Yeah, I have certain different things. I have healing potions. I have
I've
rings
got
of protection.
I've got
I
them.
have. I started making some of those throwing axes because it seems like there was something in that.
No.
What else do I have? I don't have that many at the moment. I don't have that many things, but I have.
Wow,
like
it's a cool shop. I like
long swords plus a
PB
little bit of extra damage and some stuff like that. It's some armor.
Yeah.
It's
Sounds like you
no
need some more
good.
things.
Well, I'm making them, but I'm selling them pretty fast.
Well, I've got some things I can sell you.
Oh, what do you want to sell?
I've got this nut. I've got these seeds. I've got this gilded flower with 300 GP. I've got this bottle of wine. Oh no, I don't have a bottle of wine. It's empty. I've got.
Yeah, they're not really magical items in the sense that.
Yeah. See this makes different. See this? I got this made specially. It's a focus so that you can summon things from the Feywild. You can summon Fey. Anyway, I don't even want to sell it to you anyway. I don't care. I mean,
Right.
I've got these paints.
You don't want to keep those?
Oh, I just was trying to be nice, but she didn't
He's just trying to show off.
want to buy my gilded flower. Anyway,
Well, there is a very nice goblin man who may be interested in it if you want to go see him.
nah, I want to go see the king to ask him if he'll let me read his book about death.
I think that one's gonna be hard. Sorry, but I don't think anyone's going into his collection.
Why?
That's what I thought.
He's very particular about that.
I think if you just allowed anyone to come in and read it, it wouldn't be called a private collection, it should be called a public collection.
I know that the Stoneward Academy has been trying to get in there to just view it for a few times because it was like an event, but he wouldn't let it. But it's up to you. You can try if you want.
How can he be the king if he doesn't let people? Man, this place is weird. I want to go back up to the Sky City where things are normal.
I City?
No, it's a metaphor.
Like heaven, where the gods are.
You want to die?
No, I went and visited the gods, and I'm not dead.
Hey, I
For a
have an
magical
appointment
person, you're
very
not very-
soon, so I think it's probably better that I continue some of my work.
Thank you again, Keena, for your for your help. It's much appreciated as always.
Let me know if you come back.
Oh, absolutely. And, be one of the first places I visit. I'm sure I'll need to stock up on something or other. And hopefully you don't forget what I actually look like the next time I walk through these doors.
Well, I mean, I can always hear it in your voice.
Thank you. It's rather hard to shake.
Well, maybe don't look like an old man next time.
Oh, trust me, it wasn't my choice. If I had my own choice, I wouldn't look like this, but it's right, at least I don't get stares.
Yeah. Okay.
Alright, well, I do hope I see you again soon, Keena.
Good luck.
Right. Goodbye, BB. And take care of the place while
Goodbye.
we're gone.
I will try.
Very cute.
What was all that about the king not letting us? Do you think we can't just go and? We've been to so many libraries. Can we not?
I feel as though this one isn't necessarily a library, as it is a collection of very valuable, very dangerous, and very uncommon items.
Oh, like the Karameshis.
Yes. And it's probably been collected across numerous generations of royalty and probably, home to some of the most intricate and, private items, and I just don't think we're going to be able to waltz in there and find it. But I may have someone who can provide some insight into how we could get entrance, but that is another thread that I'll have to pull on at a later date.
Oh, you think? Yeah. Yeah. Okay. When we come back.
Yes, when we come back, I can certainly try my hand at, at least trying to, circumvent some sort of ruling. We can always go and ask, but I'm 99.99999 recurring % positive that they'll tell us to get lost.
Yeah, we should really have brought John because he knows the king's mates. So like that Logan dude. He's friends with the king, isn't he?
We know Logan. I think we know Logan as well as Jean does.
Well, I don't. I was hanging outside when you met him, I think. Looking after the girl.
Well, I think that Logan probably has other things to worry about at the moment, such as trying not to die.
Yeah, true. Okay, well, Another time then.
Promise I'll work on it as soon as I can. At least try and, do what I can.
Oh, I don't think it's that important anymore. I was pretty focused on it when I thought that the thrice cursed city was the source of our problem, but doesn't seem to be anymore. So, let's go!
As you hit the streets, you do hear a town crier. City of Ludark retaken without resistance. Hundreds of guards dead and even more civilians. Authorities investigate mysterious break-in to the Register of Maritime Law in Ludark during the attack. No signs of the attacker. Sons of Flymph hit an all-time high with their newest hit, My Familiar is My Brother. The Karameshi estate for sale. Anyone interested can contact estate manager Casimir Volgren at the Halls of Justice in Kingsville. Aaron Crimsonride wanted for murder. Bounty of 1,500 gold pieces, dead or alive.
We shall go buy the Karameshi estate. How much gold have you got on you?
Isn't that kind of thing like where you don't actually have the gold, you like write letters and stuff, where you like compare assets against other assets?
I wouldn't
What
know. I've
asset
never purchased property before, so I'd had no idea how to even start property law or taxes or anything like that.
That's a good idea too. We should definitely come back here and do those things. Let's go find out about how to become gods. How to destroy the book about how to become gods, and see what my friends are up to, and get John to Kronos, and then we'll come back here. We've got time. At this rate, we'll be back here in 10 days or something.
Yes, that's very true.
I keep getting sucked up into it. I was really disappointed about not going to the king's place, and then I realized, yeah, we can do that. Maybe we'll just wait for the next king.
Yes, potentially.
He might not care about not letting people see his stuff so much.
Would have been helpful if, half the family hadn't been murdered. I thought I might have an in at that point. But,
well, that's what I thought. Like, we were the people that stopped the people from... Anyway. Hey, Julius.
Yes.
Oh. Why do you look...
You ready to go?
No. Yeah. Do we need anything else? While we're here?
Don't think so. I
Right.
No.
And you need to make a Constitution saving throw, both of you.
Constitution! Oh, lucky!
Saving throw. Oh my god! 20. 19 plus 1.
16!
You both managed to keep your insides on the inside while you're traveling back to this wonderful, magical, hidden place.
It's weird compared to traveling through trees.
I'm getting better at this. Made me feel slightly nauseous.
Draken and Jean, what would you have done in the meantime?
You got any cool hobbies you did back at home?
Yep, that's pretty much our whole conversation.
Very well, very well. They arrive back once again.
So as we're landing, Celeste, I think I'm getting better at this. I only feel slightly nauseous. Anyway, do you remember when we were staying at Jean's farm, and Derlin was talking about his, friend that came wandering through. Do you remember who they said they were looking for?
Jacob has no idea what you're talking about because I'm pretty sure I was like in New Zealand and like in and out of
Make
reception.
an intelligence check.
Anyway, however, very good at attending to details like that. I wish I had that feat that was like, DM, tell me the information I know.
Keen mind.
Intelligence check. Intelligence check. 13.
Well, that's his wife and daughter.
Whose wife and daughter?
Belladon. So, Derlin, when he was staying at the farm, a wandering elf came through by the name of Belladon and stayed with Derlin for a while and, taught him how to shoot a bow and arrow and how to defend the farm and himself, and wandered off again and then would come back every couple of months to kind of check in on him. And he was wandering, looking for, as you said, his wife and daughter.
Oh, yeah?
Well, that's his daughter.
Who?
Kina.
Belladon Salmore.
I didn't want to just
Wow.
I didn't want to just blurt it out, in front of her without confirming. But if we can find a Belladon, perhaps we can reunite them.
We should go to Kronos.
Well, that's what I was thinking. If we go to Kronos, speak to Derlin.
No, we can't go to Kronos yet because we've got to figure out what's happening with the league.
Oh,
If
no,
we go
absolutely.
straight to Kronos, then we're doing. I think we should check it out. I think we should slow the process down. A bit of a walk in the forest.
Oh, absolutely.
Some campfires.
If we get to Kronos in a month, that would still be too soon for my liking. But what does that mean? It's got a weird feeling all over me. I've got a cold shiver across my body. I walked over my grave.
Yeah. Oh, you know what? Okay, well, let's go find the others. And it's getting kind of late. I should really take down all that string thing if we're going in the morning. That's going to take me a while. I wish we'd stay somewhere for a little while that I could just get my head straight.
That's what I was thinking. We should buy the Karameshi estate. Or at least have a home base.
That's a great idea.
I mean, you do have your house, but it's currently in residence.
What do we know that people like that value? Songs and information.
I think it's mostly money.
Money.
I have a feeling an estate like that would be worth millions. I do not have that much.
Can we
Well,
pretend we've got that much? Like the art thing. They were like selling for heaps.
We could make art and sell it for heaps.
Maybe we could like go and steal their stuff. Oh no, you told me stealing's wrong. Maybe Aurum can help us. He had money.
I don't know if he'd help us buy an estate.
I don't know, just ask him when just give him something to drink and then ask him then. Like drink it.
Maybe. Anyway, we can, next time we come back, if it's still up for sale, we can maybe, chip in.
It's like back to our early days where we're like, yes, we need 1,000 gold to buy a thing. It's like, except now it's like, yeah, we need 1,000,000 gold to buy.
Well, I still need a few thousand, but.
What do you need 1,000? What do you need what are you trying to buy?
Information.
Yeah, see, I thought that. Like the Karameshis, they're all about. It's not about piles of gold. They've got heaps of piles. It's about the.
Well,
the titles.
This person has no money at all. They're currently trapped.
Who?
insert name here. I can't remember his name.
Backstory.
Be on the first page.
From River Run. I don't know his name. I've only got my notes from the first session, not from the pre-session.
Oh,
I can go
okay.
back and find it. Insert name here.
Oh, is he your like? Is he the one?
What do you mean the one?
Well, like so I'm on one of the things. I mean, as much as all this like God stuff's interesting and stuff, I'm here to find a partner that I'm going to spend eternity with. And
Oh no. This man barely know him, obviously. No, he's a researcher, but he has information that I need about the location of all of the different Sumerian wards.
to break the wards to go home. I got it.
But he's currently a bit tied up at the moment and has a lot of debt. So if I can pay off his debt, then he'll give me the information I want. So anyway, besides the point, that's why I'm
The
trying
map
to save
guy.
money.
Did I meet him too? No.
No, he can't leave. He can't leave River Run.
River Run. Okay.
Anyway, besides the point, all I'm saying is money is always going to be an object.
Money is an object. Anyway. Where are the others?
So, what do you think Ingwe was trying to do with all this string? That makes sense to you, Jean?
Sometimes I look at it and I think I start to see like a metaphorical picture, so to speak, but other times I think it's just spiderwebs made of string, and you know the feeling you get when you walk through a spiderweb. Like sometimes looking at this thing, I feel like my mind gets that feeling. Like I'm just like, it sticks to it and it's everywhere, but I have no idea what. Like, and you feel like you can't get it off. Like it sticks to your mind for a bit. Like yeah, it's. I don't know. What do you make of it?
It seems to keep the rough shape every time I see it, but it's always different. There's always something new.
We should see if maybe it's constantly pulling it down and putting it back up. Maybe we can find like some sort of, I don't know, like foldable wall, like the tent we have. Like
What if?
And then just.
And I'm gonna grab one of the loose threads and just put it between two pins. Wonder if that helps him. Yep.
What did Drekkic just connect?
Two random pins that weren't connected.
Wait, which two random things do you want to connect?
I don't know what's on the. Let's connect Dardak with what's his name again? Ves, guy in your necklace.
Vartex.
Vartex.
Yeah, Vartex. Like a straight connection between Dardak and Vartex.
Are you trying to imply that Vartex could also be your daddy?
No. But maybe there's a connection.
Maybe. I don't. Yeah, I mean, when he comes back, we'll keep an eye on him, see how he reacts.
Yeah.
Curious. Yeah.
Maybe that'll click something in his brain. I don't know.
Maybe.
Nobody of this. You arrive.
Oh.
Interesting. Yeah, maybe. I've got to start taking this stuff down if we're going to get there tomorrow morning. So, why?
Yeah.
Who did? Anyway.
Ingwe, we came up with an idea as well.
Yeah.
I don't know if we're gonna go past anyone who can enchant things or make sort of magic stuff anytime soon, but what if we're able to get some sort of wall that can like fold into something small, kind of like our tent. And that way you don't have to
I
take
should
this
put it up
apart
in
every
the
time.
tent.
Or
You're a
that.
genius. If I put it up in the tent, and the tent is an octagon, which solves this problem.
Not just a place to put my hood.
Where would we?
It's all right. It's always been above your head. It's like, I mean, sometimes I have to duck a little bit, but you know, John's can barely reach this one.
Yeah.
Okay.
So you're guessing that you're bunking down for the night? For the next day to begin?
Yep.
Most of you, the ones of you who want to sleep, will have a good night's rest and you get a long rest. And anyway, what do you want?
We're not taking. No one suggested taking watches. We're all just like going to sleep.
The only thing Jean would have done before bed is he would have gone to Celeste's door, because we have separate rooms, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, and he would have just wrapped up the food and just tied it on the door handle, and then sort of gone to bed.
Anyway,
I've got two powerful beings that I need to talk to before I go to sleep. Alexander, which one should I talk to first? Should I talk to Lily, or should I talk to Vartex? I think... Nah, I'll go talk to Vartex first, and take the puppies out. They should at least get one night in the real world.
you open the amulet as you've done so many times before. And once again, you find yourself in the room that Vartex has designed with grand displays of angels and gods and demons fighting each other. And the pups are a little bigger, seem to have grown a little faster than maybe they would have normally. But they're in this confined space where you left them, in the little crypt-like cage almost, with no lid on it. And Vartex is sitting there, as usual, reading books of various different nature. And he puts down the books as you come in. Anyway. There we are again.
Hey, Vartex. Just coming for my regular... I'm sorry, it's not regular. Can't lie to you. I try my best to be regular. Visit. I'm just coming to... I think I'm pretty safe out in the world, so I'm going to take the pups out for the night and bring them back in the morning if that's all right.
Oh yes, that's great. I prefer my solitude, to be honest. I'm going to learn myself how to knit. It's been a very long time in here.
Yeah. Well, actually, I was reading about you today.
Oh, it couldn't have been good.
Why do you say that? Do you not think you're good?
Oh, a lot of people don't like me just simply because I'm so old and powerful.
Are you? Well, I was wondering because there were some stories that I thought might not have been you, because like someone like you, they just attribute stories to, and will give the specific example of the cave on the wall. And I was wondering, was that actually you, or was that like a cave on the wall thing that they're like, that must have been him too?
I'm not sure about that one specifically. It could have been a lot of people with a similar appearance than me. It was not very common back then to see creatures from other races, so maybe it was just gnomes, I don't know. I did a lot of interesting stuff when I was younger, and obviously I got accredited to a lot more than I might necessarily have done.
So why, if you know, like, why did you not become a god if you were pretending to be gods? Like, why not actually just do it?
I tried. I had my own little group at one point.
Yeah, I found out about them.
Yeah, I got boring. Nah.
Oh, yeah, cool. Well, But like, are you? Oh yeah, that's a good question. Can you? Are you? How much more powerful would you be if you were a god? Are gods more powerful than you? Like, obviously scared of someone harming you, and
I mean,
but they've also trapped you here.
it depends. I mean, gods by themselves don't have powers, but it depends on the people who worship them and how many people worship them and all that kind of do and whatever.
But what about the bad gods that people like hate? Like they're still powerful, right?
Yeah, that's just a lot of people and creatures worshiping them.
But what about the gods that people don't? Like I was reading today about Asmelia, that was like a titan god, and like
Oh yeah, she was a bit of a bitch. Yeah.
yeah, well, Athea killed her, right, and then bound her here, kind
I
of like
mean,
you.
I think killed her, and I think she killing her is probably a little bit strange, but whatever.
Were you around for that?
Oh yeah, absolutely. It's my fault. But
It was
whatever.
your fault. Ah, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's a long story. It's a long
So,
for another time.
is she like an enemy of yours? Is she dangerous to you? Like, you know how like I said that I'd stop dangerous people from like, obviously you're more powerful than me, but like we made that deal, right? Where like we need to like mutually protect each other from things.
Yeah,
Do I
and we
need
can't
to?
lie and all that stuff. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I don't know. I mean, she's probably more of a god killer than anything, but
And you're not a god, so she doesn't want to kill you.
yeah, I'm not important. I'm just a little straw on the fields of grass.
Oh, good. You're not important. Oh, but if you were important, that'd be a problem.
Essentially,
So
she was a
you
bit
know,
of a moody kind of bitch, so she was really hard to deal with. So
yeah,
yeah.
she is hard to deal with. Um, but you don't. In our agreement, you don't actually have to help us from keep us safe. We just have to. Is that right? Like, wasn't it
Well, I
mutual?
mean,
Do you have to keep us
kind of
safe?
mutual. It's my circumstance of what I can do, but obviously I'm stuck in here for most of the time. So
Yeah, but like, would it? Could I bring some problems for you to solve in here? Like, I mean, I already have. Oh, I already know that. Oh, that's good.
I think as long as I'm in here, I would prefer not to have to solve problems.
Sure. I understand what you're saying to me.
Oh.
Great. Well, so I'm going to take the foxes out.
Go for it.
I'll bring them back later. Let's trade books. Can I have those ones back? And I'll give you these ones. Oh, and you wanted candy. Oh, I gave you candy. Do you want anything else from the shops? I was at the shops today. Sorry, I didn't pick up.
Maybe a sausage roll. Yeah, whatever, dude. Just bring me something to read and something to entertain me with, and I'll be fine.
Yeah, cool. Okay. See you soon.
See ya.
Puppy
Bye-bye.
dogs, come on!
I have all the
Come
foxes,
with me,
including the blue one.
puppies.
The blue one looks like it's bigger than the other ones now. It looks like it's the biggest one in the pile.
Oh, you're very large.
It's like size of a Mancoon cat now.
Yes. Come on, puppies! Oh, you're so cute. Oh, I can't get the fairies to come look after you. I need to do that later. Okay. And then I'm going to lock the puppies in my room. And then I'm going to cast Detect Thoughts. See if Lily wants to chat.
Make a wisdom saving.
Of course. Oh, yo. That was a very interesting roll. Heaps. Wisdom saving throws 28.
Feel a line across your skull. Just pinch. And a small drip of blood. Succeed.
And I can't hear any voices. She's not keen for a chat.
No.
She's just quiet, just like, oh yeah. Interesting. She is hard to deal with, just like Bartek said. I'm going to quietly open the door to Jean's room.
You're trying not to wake him up, or you're trying to just open it up?
I'm trying not to wake him up.
Make a stealth check.
11.
So, as you're having your best sleep, Sean, suddenly you hear boom, 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 boom. And you see an Ingwe in front of you kind of fall in a little bit into the room over one of your boots.
Who's there? Oh, no. Is it morning already, or?
No, you're all right, mate. I just came to check on you. Just, you're okay. Everything's all right. It's okay. I just wanted to check on you.
Oh, all right.
Everything's all right.
Yep, it is.
I'm just up to protect you. I'll leave in a minute. Just here to protect you.
Yeah.
Go back.
Yep.
Go back to sleep.
I'm just gonna wait for you to go first. Yeah.
I'm going to kiss Jean on the forehead. Like a little babe.
Mm-hmm. I'm definitely not going to bed now. You feeling all right?
I was just worried about you, and I wanted to see if you were a willing creature.
If I'm willing.
That was not said out loud.
Willing to what? Bum, bum.
I'm just come to protect you from evil and good, and wish you a good night's sleep.
Appreciate it. In future, maybe before I head off to bed. We're going to be on the road a bit. Probably not going to get private rooms for some time.
That's, I mean, on my watch I can, or not. I mean, yeah. I didn't mean to wake you. Sorry.
No. So, well, I was gonna say it's all right, but that would be lying. All right.
Anyway, I'm off. See you in the morning.
See you in the morning. All right.
I cast a spell, and if you're not willing, it doesn't work.
Which spell is that?
Protection from evil and good. I said the spell, did all the things, roleplay wise, to do the spell.
Right. Well, it's up to Sean.
I don't know are you trying to persuade me? I assume you're trying to persuade me, right?
Yeah, exactly. I think we role played effectively what happened. Like,
yeah,
I think there's a choice that's relatively obvious that I'm coming to protect you, and do you want magical protection? Because I am not strong, so I'm not protecting you from mosquitoes.
Sean is very skeptical. I'm gonna roll a dice for this. Sean is not willing.
That's right.
I'm still putting the spell slot.
Yeah. Yep.
No, we'll see you in the morning.
All right. See you in the morning. Sean looks to see if there's a chair in the room.
There's probably a chair in the room.
And he touches
Under
the under the door handle. Just,
Okay.
yep. That was real weird. Yeah, right. I mean, whatever.
Of all the weird things that's happened to John,
Yep.
the weirdest.
Night commences, and everyone can have a long rest.
Can I just do one more thing before I go to sleep?
Yep.
I assume Celeste stays up quite late. So, like, she'll go to sleep at like 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning. And having not eaten all day, she'll like come out, find the food, eat it, put in 2 gold pieces, and then tie it to Jean's door. And go to bed.
All good. Anyway, you get it all long rest, all of you, and you can click the button. And the next morning comes, and what you want to do.
To the mountain.
Yes.
Julius is ready outside of your abode. He's sitting there smoking his pipe on one of the little benches around the area. You can see him from your window if you wanted to.
Sean walks over to Drekik before everyone heads out and whatever. Just Drekik, you notice anything strange about Ingwe last night?
I mean, he picked up on my red line pretty quickly.
Right, yes. Yeah, no, no, it's just he like regular old Ingwe, and then like suddenly the middle of the night he like snuck into my room and like tripped on some boots, and I woke up, and then he was like being really nice, and then he like kissed my forehead and said he was going to protect me. I don't know, from my experience, when someone is being particularly nice, it's because they I don't want to say are hiding something from you, but like they maybe they want something from. Is anyone going to ask something of me today? You know, when you like you're doing nice things so that you can hopefully get a favor out of someone. Maybe he's just
You're saying...
he's cautious. I don't know.
I mean, your wife is technically dead, I suppose.
Yeah.
Do you think he's...
Trying to imitate what he thought she was like. That makes me more weary.
Well, I didn't experience anything weird about Ingray last night. I just slept. I had a great dream.
I'm happy for you. A little jealous, but happy for you. Alright, let's go to this fucking mountain, I guess.
Right? I've never seen it before. I've only heard about it.
Oh, hey Johnny. While we're waiting for Celeste to wake up, can you give me a hand? Putting the strings up in the tent. Oh, Drekik, can you? I took them all down last night. We're just waiting for. I'm gonna put the tent up. Your idea, great idea, actually. I'm gonna put them back up in the tent. We can just fold it up when Celeste wakes up. So, whatever we get done, by the time we get done, would be great. I really appreciate your help.
That connection made sense. Did it?
The one that you changed?
Yes, the one I put up there.
None of it makes sense. That's why we're putting it up there.
Right.
Because then you can read them, right? The different colors, the lines. Like if you think something, just put it there, and then it's out of your brain, and it's visual. It's like a visual. You kind of move them. You can move them a million times. Doesn't. Okay. I mean, don't just move them to play tricks on me because that's annoying. I mean, I'll just remember where they are and put them back. But, actually, whenever you feel like it, just move them. Because maybe you'll be right and it'll spark something. That's the point isn't to document. It's not like a book, right? It's not, you're not trying to, it's like a functional, yeah.
Right. Okay. I did just put it there to see if it would spark anything in your head.
Well, actually, we need to talk about why your dad is linked to my mum.
Right. Yes.
A long time ago, like before you were born.
Yes. Okay.
Yeah, cool. Yeah.
I don't know too much about my dad. I know a little bit, but not too much.
Yeah, I figured he likes to kill people, and that's what he asked my mum to do. So there's not actually it's just going to be a short conversation. Good chat. Thanks.
You're welcome. Shall we? Yeah, let's stick the tent up.
And outside, put the tent up, start putting up the thingy dingies, and suddenly Celeste wakes up eventually while they're doing this, and you get to probably put up most of it in the meantime. You can see them outside around the tent.
I thought someone was going to wake me up.
Yeah. Oh, we would have if you'd slept in. But that's a good time. It's only before lunch, before midday. You're good.
Alright.
There's no rush. I mean, so I know you're rushing to get us out, Julius, but
Well, I'm going to go and get changed into my traveling gear and freshen up quickly, and then I'll be ready.
do we need any supplies? Should we borrow any things before we go? We're going. Remember, we've been there. Oh, Dricket, you haven't been there. It's like a mountain, and then you have to follow a path, and then it's like an underground lava cave and a big wall.
Big door.
I think it's a door. I'm assuming it's a door, but we only saw a wall.
Okay. Cool. Could be fun.
Yeah.
Last time we were there, 2 people died, but I don't know if I'd use the word fun.
Yeah, but that was other people. That was like, oh,
I think last time I went into a cave with you guys, 2 people died.
What's the thing with caves?
Alright, Celeste is gone to go get ready. Take her like 15-20 minutes.
How do we stop people dying in caves?
2 people dying in caves. It's always 2 by the sounds of things. Well, last time the 2 people came back.
Okay, so like last time we were in the cave, there was like lava. So maybe, do you think water defeats lava? Like if I just fill the cave with water, if I make us all be able to breathe underwater and then fill it with water, would that be sensible?
But in the last cave didn't have lava in it, and 2 people still died. There was
No,
zombies,
but the one we're going to has lava in. I've been there.
Yeah. Suppose might help.
Doesn't when lava like sets quickly or something, it releases like toxic gas?
But if we're in the water and breathing the water, we get anyway.
I don't know, just making that a point. Enclosed space, potential for toxic gas. Something to keep in mind.
Avoid toxic gas.
Well, are you guys ready to get off? For this one's digestion. It's gonna explode everyone.
I'm ready. I think we're just waiting on Celeste.
Yes, I'm coming. Sorry. I've just woken up in 2 minutes.
Oh! The foxes. Sorry.
Who's at the door?
It's like the moment we arrive, and she's like, "Damn it! I left the foxes in the room."
You just hear from the like from behind the door. Ding 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 ding. ding.
My puppies reacted to me shouting.
Put the foxes back in the Vartek's care.
Mm-hmm.
Right, and eventually Celeste will come out in traveling gear, hair up, just ready to get on with it.
So where would you like to go then?
To the base of Mount Valor.
Oh,
To the mountain.
Well, since we've been there. Well, step a little closer. Let's see what we can do.
You can't just warp us straight into the middle of it, can you?
No, we
You
don't
can
want
definitely
to.
do that if you want to, but you wouldn't want to like that.
Don't do that.
Anyway, let's go. You all cease to exist and end up at the base of a mountain in the morning. And Draken, you haven't been there before. This is a really big mountain. It's not as big as the ones you've seen, but it's impressive for a mountain. And as he drops you off, he bids you farewell, and he pops back up to wherever he was coming from. Now you know that there's someone up there watching. Maybe. Follow the path that you had seen before, with the archways leading you further and further up the mountain, till you stand at the entrance of a cave that some of you have been in before.
I'm so nervous all of a sudden.
Everyone, make sure you got your copies of the tattoos. I didn't get a chance to do yours or yours, Dreki, Celeste. But at least we got some. So
Well, maybe we should go in tomorrow. Maybe we should just hang out here in this relaxing spot too.
I'm so excited. I've never. You've told me all the stories. I want to go see it.
I think we just do it.
Right.
In we go.
As beasts that you guys fought.
Sean can't see shit in here in the dark spots. Just
Oh. Oh,
Oh, I also can't see in the dark.
wait,
I
come
can't
back.
light.
I'm blind leading the blind.
Come back.
Come on, guys.
Hold up.
3 feet in. Ah.
Mr. Dreki, here, just come here. No, yeah. Yeah, Mr. Dreki, come here.
Yeah?
I grab Mr. Drekic's axe and cast daylight on it. Which means we can't sneak anymore, guys. No
With an
more
axe?
sneaking! No, what's the thunder...
Oh, my
lightning-
Sky King's Cleaver longsword
Sky
thingy.
King's cleaver longsword thingy. The pommel of that now has a 60-foot radius spear of light that spreads out, and it sheds dim light for an additional 60 feet.
Nice.
You can cover it completely with a bowl or a helm, and it blocks the light.
Oh,
Why would I want to do?
In case we were sneaking!
and what is your marching order?
Drekik is first.
Becky, who's next? Anyway,
No.
John will happily take second.
who is third? That would be Ingwe, and Celeste will be in the back.
Yes. But like that, where
Go by
like
now.
both Ingwe and Celeste wanted to be the back.
They're just like kind of like step. Oh, sorry. Oh no. Oh,
Mhm.
I insist.
Drekik,
No,
the
no,
one
I
person that
insist.
hasn't been there. I know the way. Follow me.
Fair enough. Well,
So it's like, Drekik, if that light goes out, me and you will lead, and we're going to be blind in this.
Oh, I have spells, John. It's okay. We're
No,
fine.
all right.
It's not as powerful as this, but we'll get there.
Perfect.
Start heading in. First part of this is a very narrow corridor that slowly leads down a little bit, maybe a few hundred meters. It's not steep. There's stairs, kind of. Big rocks. You follow them and they lead you to a place familiar to some of you. Middle of the room here is lit up with molten lava, casting a light from the bottom. Every here and there's bodies of long decayed, snake-like humanoids. There's gravel coming off the roof here and there when you watch the corners. It seems like this place is always in constant motion. On the opposite side, there is a very large stone door. And on the four sides, there is 4 hand imprints in different colors. Seems to be what you believed, at least, to be a key, a door, a lever, trap. Who knows? Smell in here is dusty. Maybe mummified flesh. Not quite sure. The smell in here is putrid. Maybe it's the dead corpses of the individuals you have fought. Maybe it's just this place.
Well, I suppose. See it? What color are the hand impressions?
Red, blue, yellow, and green. Sorry, my camera died.
We're on our own, boys.
Do it now while he can't do anything bad to us.
God has left us. We've been abandoned.
I'm picking the red one.
Who's picking what?
Oh, the voice. It's still here.
Who's picking what?
What colors? What? Sorry, were they? It was 4
Red,
handprints.
green, yellow, blue.
Yep.
Green, yellow.
Well, my hand's much bigger than yours, Jean and Celeste. Is there any handprint that's bigger or smaller?
That's what I was gonna say.
They all look similar.
Red, green, yellow.
Thinking back to the visions we all had and the pillars and that, 2 things. I mean, I'm happy to roll for it, of course, but do I recall if there was any sense of like a color theme to our like tablets or the things, the engravings?
Didn't seem to. Most of it was in grays and whites, blacks.
And that was in our memories. And then in the Karameshi household, were there any like platforms or anything that they were seated on? Because there were like versions of that there, right?
Not this part. There was the pillars. There was some handmade pillar versions, and there was some paintings.
Yeah.
But nothing related to this specific.
Yeah, I got nothing that divides them. I mean, just go buy a. I don't know. What do you? Blue, maybe.
You had it tattooed.
These colours were, yeah, the colours were the same before.
Yeah, that's why I got no logic I can think of behind it. I'm just throwing out random suggestions.
Well, let's try it.
All right. I'm gonna pick the green one.
Yeah, that's a good color for you. I'll put mine on the top left.
That was the yellow one, I believe.
John sort of looks at Celeste, raises his shoulders a little. And then...
DM, does the door count as an object?
I wouldn't really say so. It depends on which construct you're thinking of. It's very, very big.
Doesn't have a size limit, just says I need to touch it.
Identify.
I mean,
Literally.
Depends on what you want to do, I think.
Because if it's magical, or it has some magic imbued properties, I learn the properties and how to use them. So I was just wondering if it would count.
Identify the door.
So the door itself is not magical.
Well, there goes that idea. Oh no. Yeah, there goes that idea.
Actually, just to be clear, I'm putting my non-tattooed arm on the wall.
Okay. You're touching the thing?
Do they have to?
Fine.
The handprints would be a particular way. They'd be either like a right hand or a left hand, wouldn't they?
They're all the same. They're
Does
all,
do I
right
notice
hand.
anything?
Or
Do I
right
notice
hand.
anything when I touch it with my non-tattooed arm?
So put your hand on it.
Oh, that worked. Is my
When
arm
you-
stuck?
No, when you move your hand, the thing comes back up.
I reach over and try and push two at once.
There's no way you can reach two.
It's like 10 feet across.
Like 45 feet to the other side, at least.
Oh Jesus!
Go, gadget
Come on.
football bombs.
Come on, Celeste. There's much more scary things that we've got. Look, you just press them, and then we're gonna die. I mean, then we'll see what happens next. Wait, should we cast spells before we? Nah, we're the chosen ones. We're supposed to find out, read the book about how to become gods.
Right,
and-
fine. I'm touching it.
Whatever color Celeste did not touch, Sean goes to the last one. And it's right hand, so he goes with his crystal arm.
Yeah.
They all sink in. You hear a click, and then a small pinch in your hand. You all take 1 point of piercing damage,
Ah, I'm dead.
as you kind of bleed from the middle of your hand. And as you remove your hand to see what that was, the hand imprints stay where they are. So 4 of them were activated. You see the door behind you. A puff of almost fog-like smoke and leftover long rotten leaves of whatever had been in there kind of into the room you're in. But it does reveal another narrow staircase going further down.
Sorry, was that a staircase going down?
It's
Did it because Jean used the crystal arm, is there blood coming from the crystal arm where it pinched, or
no, I'd just be like
like a little chip? Yeah, okay.
and
So, guess we go down.
Yeah, lead the way. You got the light.
Yep.
Go down
This is
the
uncharted territory.
go down this set of stairs, and it's very narrow. Some places you have to kind of squeeze through some of these areas. It's pretty dark, but eventually it opens up into a round room. It doesn't have a lot of light in here. Even with your axe lighting it up, it's struggling a little bit to illuminate the room in a proper way. It's more like having a flashlight at everyone's eyes at a certain point. The room itself doesn't have a lot. It has 4 doors leading out of it. And in the middle, there is a statue of what looks to be a female creature of some sort. Statue has 6 arms. 2 of the arms holding on to the base of a scale. And on each side of this scale, there's 4 almost brassiere-like bowl structures. The remaining 4 arms point to each of the rooms. And on each of the arms, there's an inscription. However, which languages do you speak?
I can speak all of them.
All of
Yeah.
the languages.
If I cast comprehend languages, I can. I have it ritual cast. Comprehend languages.
I, while she's taking that 10 minutes, can speak Dwarvish, Elvish, Giant, Gnomish, Orc, and Druidic.
And what?
Druidic.
None of them. As far, can you give it to me one more time? Sorry.
Dwarvish, Elvish, Giant, Gnomish, Orc.
There is one in Dwarven, pointing to one of the rooms, saying, in Dwarven, "Sands of Despair." John, which languages do you speak?
Nothing that Ingwe didn't mention. Common, Dwarvish, Orc.
Dreki.
Common, Draconic, Gnomish, and Orc.
One is in Draconic, points to the fires of punishment.
These all sound very cheerful.
And eventually, after a little bit of time, Celeste will understand the remaining 2. One is in Celestial, saying the pit of shards. One in Primordial, saying the frozen reaper.
Sorry, the pit of shards and primordial, the frozen reaper.
Yes.
These sound super fun.
You can see that each of these doorways has almost like a welcome mat style stone. It definitely seems like similar sort of situation to what just happened with your hands.
Oh, like we said, if you stand there and we all stand on these spots, then it'll open. Oh, good. This isn't as complicated as I thought it would be. Sands of Despair. That doesn't sound positive. You said, what did you say, Drakic? Fires of... What do the other ones say? So... The Pit of Shards. And what's the last one, Celeste?
The frozen reaper.
The Frozen Reaper. Well, we're pretty good at cold. And
Are we?
killing things. That seems the obvious one. I'd be keen to go to the fires one. Just doesn't make sense because it's not linked, but Bit of Shards, Sand of Despair. I mean, I
I feel we're
speak.
going to have to do all of them at some point. I feel as though we may have to make our way through all of them, get some sort of object from each of the doors, and put them back here. Maybe.
Oh yeah. Okay.
I'm
Well, which one do we think will be the hardest? Because we should do that one first.
Sean's gonna have a quick look at the statue as well and the doors and see if there's any sort of color coding.
Doesn't seem to be. It seems to be aiming at the specific doors with a specific inscription.
Yeah. But like the
Doors look
palms of the
similar.
hand aren't like one red, one yellow, something like that.
Make an investigation check.
Whew, spicy roll.
That's good or bad?
5.
Spicy.
No, you don't see anything out of the ordinary with this. It seems to be black stone. This statue is definitely a statue. It seems like there's a little chip here and there, and it's not like you think, oh, this is going to come alive and kill me. I mean, I guess a statue could, but It doesn't immediately strike you as this is a creature just waiting to pounce.
That's Sean's secret
It's-
fear. He thinks all statues will come to life and kill him.
But as you investigated, your foot hit something on the ground. There's a little brass band, like this size, just laying there. It's covered in filth and dirt. Looks like it's been there for a long, long time.
Well, I was just having a peek at the statue to see if there was any sort of color coordinate, like maybe each of us that touched it, the wall outside, we'd have to, only that person could open the door, maybe that colored hand was pointing to, something like that. I didn't see anything of that sort, but I found this sitting in front of it. It's like a brass band of some kind. Maybe it works like a bangle, and we got to put it on the wrist of the one we
Bigger
want.
than that.
Like a crown or circlet type size.
It's like this size. If anyone was wearing that, it would fall off all the time.
Yeah. Or maybe, I don't know, a headpiece.
Belt.
Or that. I mean, it could have been left by someone else. Maybe there's other people who have come in here and this is just left over from them, but I don't know, just could be part of the puzzle.
Take a closer look at it.
What do you want to do?
I mean, that Sands of Despair script keeps catching my eye, and the others don't sound so great. What do you guys think?
Which color hand did you touch, John?
I think I touched blue.
Who touched yellow?
Me.
Isn't sand yellow?
Yeah.
Oh. Yep, I see where you're going with this.
What do you mean?
Fire.
Fire's red.
Oh,
Yep.
yeah.
Reaper,
I mean that
frozen.
shards are yellow.
No, sand is yellow.
Sand's yellow. Shards blue, like ice. Like,
No, that would be frozen.
yeah.
Frozen would be blue.
Oh.
That would make
Shards
the
are-
shards green. Or maybe they're moldy.
Maybe the
Moldy.
shards don't have a color, and that's the right choice.
Good idea. Hey, do we, before we go into these challenging circumstances, do we have any, well, I have some things that I might like to help everyone with. I remember, we were at that place and I bought the paint. We used some of it when we went into the city, and I used some of it to not get a demon in my head when I used the Dream Weaver for the first time. Probably should have given some to you, John, but I ran out. Anyway, I can protect two of us from fire or radiance.
I'm all right. I'm happy taking the hits.
Pass me the band.
Yep.
As this conversation's happening, I will cast Identify on the band.
Alrighty. It is a brass band. And it is... Oh, I can...
A brass band just here. Boom, boom, boom.
The brass band. Well, I mean,
Whole brass band.
you never know, you never know.
when the-
Summon brass band.
I'm marching in.
Sorry, let me just find my notes. Yeah.
That's got to be a bad spell for sure.
Brass band.
Oh.
I'm genuinely writing that down. I think that's a brilliant idea.
Sorry, I'm just trying to find the right folder.
Keep an eye out for when more of Turok's homebrew spells suddenly randomly appear, because
Because we're like,
apparently that's been
Master, I
happening.
have that spell, right?
Yeah.
I'm sure I have that spell.
For the audience's
Oh,
perspective,
it is
they show up.
It is called an uncanny brass band. Shiny brass band. It's not much to look at, but it does contain some powerful magic. Grants the wearer dark vision up to 30 feet. It will float about 5 feet around them, and it will link themselves to whoever uses this effect. So it is a attunement situation, but not quite attunement. You just have to want to use it to do that.
What do
When
mean?
you say it
Gives you
floats above them, like above their head.
It floats around them.
to give them dark vision, and that's it. And a thing that's there. Wow, that's cool.
That is what you get with your identity.
Oh, it's useless for me.
What do you mean useless for you?
You can already see in the dark.
Do we need to see in the dark for this next part?
I don't know. Anyone who can't see in the dark, this will let them see it.
Well, only you can see in the dark, so.
Wait, none of you can see in the dark.
Yeah, I mean, if I put the light on.
Yeah, nope.
First time realizing that this party does not have dark vision.
This is an anomaly in 5e.
I know.
Didn't build classes based on dark vision? What?
Yeah, no, I thought it was normal to not see in the dark. I guess normal is relative. Well, I lost the last thing that helped me see in the dark, so probably someone else should take this one.
Oh! I forgot I have a thing.
That's what I thought. I thought you had a ring.
I do. I just left it in this pocket over here.
It's real dark. Ooh.
Wow, this is cool.
Just seeing Ray just standing there, just like.
Ding, 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 ding.
I haven't been in the dark since last time we were here.
Well, Drakik, would you like it?
Sure.
Oh, because John had his on his arm when it got cut off.
Yeah.
Still back there in that cave, as far as we know.
That's in that dragon's mouth.
Probably at this point. Maybe one of the goblins ran off with it. Either way. Alright, so this puzzle, right?
Yeah. Puzzle. Shards?
Looking at the statue, does it look like there's any kind of indents or places where it would be obvious that things have to be put on it? Like, are the hands like outstretched or like, you know? Like...
No, so the statue has 6 arms, and 2 of the arms are holding a scale with 4 balls.
With 4 balls on the scales.
It's like braziers with 4 balls. It's like a scale.
Bowls.
Oh, bowls.
Balls.
Do that again. I didn't quite catch it.
Well,
Right.
we're gonna do them all. So, shall we flip a coin? No, we need some
Should we split
object.
up? Should we all take
Oh yeah,
one
yeah.
each?
Let's no, because these you need 4 of us need to stand on one. Great idea, Tricky. That was my first suggestion, but then I investigated and realized we all 4 have to stand on. Oh, did our maps change? No. Is it anything to do with the maps and the thingies?
No.
Oh, I have
Actually,
John's.
Yeah, I was going to say, John looks at his arm and then goes, wait. Pulls out this piece of paper and holds it under the light because that is way easier to look at.
Is there any clues between the maps? Can we see the lines around the room somewhere?
Doesn't seem to line up with anything.
I think this is...
I think we should go spins that way. And he points
Okay, good.
towards the fire door.
Right. Yeah, towards the fire door.
I agree. Wait, hang on a second.
What are we waiting for?
Hold on.
Oh,
What
Hey,
is,
Celeste, you
what
want
is
some
the
of
thought
this?
process here? We're just going to one at random?
No, we're going to the fire.
My
door.
friends, we have come this far, and picking one at random is the way we do things. And I cast motivational speech.
Just checking. Did you put your makeup on, Ingwe?
Fire resistance.
Yep. And did you offer it to Celeste? Was that
I
what you
offered
said?
it to Celeste. Celeste, did you?
Do you want to have it on as well?
Oh, sure, if you're offering.
I'm offering fire resistance.
Right. So you both are now resistant to fire for the next hour, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
And motivational speech.
What does motivational
One has
speech do?
5 temporary hit points and advantage on wisdom saving throws.
Wisdom saving throws.
For an
Useful
hour.
advantage.
5, 10 hit points and advantage on wisdom.
Okay.
And when all is said and done, we must move on. And I just start walking towards the door.
I'm inspired. And I will let you lead. And John takes this big step back.
So, Drekik, you approach this door and you stand on this torch plate type situation, and it goes click. Nothing happened.
I stand on the opposite torch plate. Come on, Mr. John.
Wait, what are we standing on? Torch plates?
There's
Like,
a touch plate.
we're standing on four
Oh, so they're not
corners
4
of a-
corridors, they're 4 plates that we have to
Each
stand
of
on.
the 4 corridors has 4 spots that you have to stand on.
Right.
Sorry, I thought it was just a welcome mat.
It looks
I
like
com-
it.
I
It's the
totally
size of
missed
it.
that whole conversation. Okay, I will go and stand.
I feel like I solved the riddle and I'm just buffing it up now.
So, there's the sands and the shards left.
Oh, they're
so
on
there's not
different
4 on
doors.
each one. We've got
There's
to go on...
one for each door.
Oh.
Fuck, that changes
Right.
everything.
Oh, that changes
In that
everything.
case,
This is what I was
I'm not
thinking. I'm
going
so
towards-
confused.
Wait,
I'm not going towards the fire door. I'm going towards the shard door, because that's the one I think the green hand belongs to.
Okay, so you're going towards the green door, which you believe is the shard door. Yeah.
Oh,
Yes.
What color? Okay, so we are doing the color. This is why I was confused. I thought you were just chosen at random, and there was no coordination to it. Okay, color coordinating. I go to the Frozen Reaper.
okay. So, I'm not going to... I'm going to take back the fire paint on Celeste.
But it's already on.
Scoop it off, put it back in the jar.
It doesn't look like that.
Yeah, well, but like I thought when I put it on that we were all standing on the same elevator, and we were standing on the fire elevator, and it was
Well, I mean, you were, but
okay. We're both resistant to fire. Great.
Yeah.
Here we go.
That's why I asked you to put it on.
If you ever need to be resistant to necrotic, I can help you out. Don't worry.
I can also. Oh no, I use my necrotics for the thing that's used. I'm going to the fire door with my fire resistant.
I'll go to the sand door, I guess. Is that the
That's
only?
the wrong way.
It's the only one that's left.
Sands? Yeah.
Because didn't Shirok go to the frozen door?
Oh, Drekic's saying
So
that
that's the only
I
one
should
that's
go to
left.
the sand door
Yeah,
because I went yellow.
you should go to the sand door because
I will
yellow
go to
and
the
yellow.
sand door, and Celeste, you can go to the fire door.
Yeah, because you were red. And red is fire.
Got it. I understand.
Don't want to
I
go
just
to
don't
any of them
understand
by
how green
myself.
equals shard, but whatever.
Okay. You step on the doors one by one.
Fuck.
Each of the 4 doors open. Anyway,
Great.
in front of you, you see a pit of sand. And on the other side of this room, there's a little rocky platform, and on top of it, there is a big snake-like statue. Underneath it, it has some inscription. And I don't believe that you can actually read this one.
You know what would have been really smart, guys? If we went on the ones that we could read.
Yep, yeah, but we didn't
Actually,
know that when we first put our
do.
hands on it.
You do know this one. Because you do speak Dwarvish.
Oh, yeah, see? That's why I came to the yellow one, because I speak Dwarvish.
Dang it.
So it says on the little plaque, so it's big enough for you to read it, it says, it cannot be taken. It can only be given. And you notice that one of the eyes of this snake is like almost fluorescent beige white in color. It's swirling. Ricky, you open your door.
Yep.
You see a fiery pit of lava with a...
This is the,
That's
this
me.
is the shard.
Oh, sorry.
Shards.
Sorry.
I am
We
shard.
just swapped around like 5 times. Okay.
And we'll do
You
it again.
see a series of platforms. It's like pillars sticking up into the air. They go higher and higher and become bigger and bigger. And a pit around you where you can't quite see the bottom. On top of the tallest one of these pillars, there is what looks to be a statue of a bird. And in its beak, it has a white, almost bluish, swirling mode of energy. It has something underneath that reads out some letters, but you unfortunately does not understand this one. Celeste, you open the door into a fiery pit of lava. Looks like the drop is probably 60 feet. And there is a winding drawbridge of a sort. Very old and broken. On the opposite side, there is a platform. And on that, there's a statue of what looks to be a red dragon.
I got the dragon.
Underneath, there's a plaque that reads, same as what Ingwe said, it cannot be taken, it can only be given. And in its throat, you can see swirling fire moving. Sean, yours is an icy pit. There's a almost paper-thin piece of ice moving across what seems to be a 60-foot fall into an icy water of some sort. On the opposite side, there's also a platform. And there is what looks to be a statue of a giant, both slightly iced over. You can see underneath there's also a plaque that says something that you do not read either.
I see a bird. It's got magic orbs. Got some writing that I can't read.
What language is it in?
One of them.
It would be in Celestial,
Oh,
I would
yeah?
assume. Because mine's in Draconic.
Oh yeah, mine's
Oh.
a dwarfs.
Mine's. I don't understand mine. It is the script for Primordial similar to Dwarf or Common script?
Not really, no.
Different scripts. Okay,
It's
cool.
very different.
Yours would be a
so,
primordial.
Yeah, it makes sense. All right.
Mine says it can't be taken; it can only be given.
That's what mine says.
Oh, they're the same. Shall we swap? I try to leave. Back the other way.
All the doors closed.
All of them. Oh yeah.
Does
Oh,
anyone want to
what?
swap doors?
I think. Oh. Can we swap doors?
I think I can. Oh,
I mean, it might be worth trying, right?
Why do we need
try
to?
to swap doors. And is it? Can we do it?
Well, if we to confirm the words, right?
Well,
Maybe.
Celeste is the only one that can speak either of these doors, so Celeste has to swap. If I swap with you, Celeste, because you said it was in Draconic, yeah,
Right.
then I can read it, and then you can read my door, and we'll see if it's the same.
And I'll swap with you, John.
Why are we
Oh
all...
yeah, all right.
Okay.
I read Dwarvish, so all right. Before swapping and all that jazz, did the wolf also have a mode of energy, or so it was
Wolf?
the only one I didn't hear? Yeah,
Oh, sorry. Yes.
you did. Yeah. Okay.
In a hand there is a ice, white
Okay.
ice.
I'm just writing notes like
Sorry. Yeah.
fucking crazy. Like I need to get everything. Sweet. Okay. Cool.
Ah,
Can we swap? Like when we move to swap, what
Yeah,
happens?
it's possible.
And on
everyone
this one.
stand on your platforms. Let's take
So,
two. Let's see
when
if
I-
the words work.
When I get to John, I say, nah, actually, you go back to that one. I'll go back to this one.
Oh,
Which ones
okay.
are you all going into? Or going
I think me and
to
John
stand
are
on?
staying
Okay.
if John agrees to not swap.
Sure. Yep.
I'm gonna try and swap just to see that I can swap, and then I'm gonna go back.
What about Drake
Right.
against
Well, I'll
us?
just swap with Drekik then, just to confirm the writing.
Yeah. Just so you know, I really kind of like that door. If you
Yes,
can
right.
just confirm the language, and then we can
Yes.
switch back.
Yes. Right. Yep. Fine. Yep. I'll step
Take you
on
some
the
time, and you
shard
confirm. That does say the same thing.
I can't read John's one. I'm gonna go back to the dwarves because I can read the dwarves. John, can you read dwarvish?
Yeah.
Okay, neither of us can read this one.
Nope.
Right, I'm
No.
It does
assuming
say
it's.
that thing
I'm
that Celeste
assuming
said.
it's exactly the same. I doubt that. I doubt that this one would be the only one that doesn't say something different.
3 of 4 odds are in favor of that.
So what does it mean then? Can only be given. What can only be given?
Gifts.
Of what?
I've got plenty of gifts.
What did everyone's look like? Mine was a dragon with a ball of fire.
Mine was a wolf. Beneath its paw was an orb of icy sort of energy.
No. It
No?
was a giant.
Oh, I heard giant wolf. My bad. Giant. Okay.
No, it's a giant.
I was
Okay.
confused when you asked what the wolf had.
Like,
Like, did the wolf have anything? I was like, what
Yeah.
wolf?
What a wolf.
Somehow
Yeah,
I
that
thought
was
I heard
cool.
was
That's cool.
giant, and then I thought I heard wolf somewhere, and then like continued on because there was like a pause, and I was like, oh, giant wolf. Okay, cool.
no,
So,
just a
okay,
giant.
With. I got it.
A big giant with a big axe and one hand clutching some mode of energy.
Giant. That's what I meant to say. Giant.
Actually, a frost giant.
What? There are themed
No.
What about the
giants?
rest of yours?
I have a bird.
What?
It's
like
holding
birds.
a blue orb thing underneath it. It's great.
It's a big sandcastle with a snake.
And I'm assuming you have some sort of an orb as well.
Yes, an orb thing. Maybe we should go together. We should all just do one.
We can't.
I don't think we can.
Okay.
The gift idea makes sense. At first, I was going to say, well, no, you can take a gift. I guess you can take it, but a gift has to be given to you.
Otherwise,
for
it's
you
not a
to be able
gift.
to take it. Otherwise, yeah, if you just take it from someone, it's maybe we offer something. We've each got a
Yeah.
pitch at ours, right?
Put a gift in. Put a gift in the thing. What sort of gift does a place like this want? Souls.
Probably
souls.
lives. Yeah.
Yes. But we all need to jump off the cliffs in our rooms.
Suicidal. No, I don't want to do that.
Well,
I mean,
I
they
want
may
to
not-
kind of get closer to my orb, but
They may not be lives, but their bodies out the front of the front door. They
What?
decayed a little, but if we think that's a thing, just saying.
I'm pretty sure bodies can be taken and given.
Yeah.
But it's a gift.
Oh, you want to give gifts? Here.
I don't know. Just an idea.
It cannot be taken, can only be given.
Oh, you can steal gifts.
What's given?
Has to be some sort of like emotional thing, like truth. You can't take the truth. You can only give.
A secret?
Can you take a secret? Yeah, you can take a secret. You can give someone a secret.
Near the front door.
It's closing behind us.
Well, great.
Was that because I said secret?
What about faith? Like, this is all about gods, right? Is it faith?
Faith? You can't give faith either, though.
You can give faith. You can give faith. You can give faith to someone. Have faith. This is like an English
I
language
guess-
test, and there are like 4 different languages here. None of them are common.
Yeah, and to give, if you give someone else faith in something, by that same means, you could probably take that faith away from them by
Oh, by like.
shattering their perspective of that.
Jack is just going to stand on his platform. I think we need to go inside to figure it out.
I'm just worried that if we go inside, then we're not going to be able to talk to each other anymore. The door's going to close behind us.
You got that sending spell, don't you?
Yes, but it
Gets
still.
blocked by stone and stuff.
No, that's only message sending. Sending
yeah.
us lead.
Does the sort of the touchstone thing that we're standing on lead all the way into the tunnel, or is it just simply like a block stone that if we went further in, we'd be stepping off of it?
Step off it immediately when you take one step into the room.
Okay. I mean, what Drekic's saying makes sense, but also to go in without an answer, and if we can't communicate and only one of us figures it out.
Guys, trust me. We'll all be fine.
You know what, after that speech you said before, I trust you.
Trust! That's it! That's the answer!
What is?
Trust! You can't take trust.
But you can give it.
Oh, that's a have thing again. Fuck.
What about forgiveness?
You can only
Yeah?
give it.
Yeah?
Like when someone breaks your trust, you've got to forgive them to trust again.
But you cannot force someone to forgive you, because then it's not actual forgiveness.
They're just pretending. It's like truth. You can pretend truth.
That's just called lying.
Yeah. But you can't pretend forgiveness. You're just also called lying.
So, what if this is a test to see if we all trust each other to not just like all go into the room?
Who do we need to forgive, though?
I forgive you, Cave, for pinching me and my friends earlier.
I trust you, Asmodeus, to make us part of your legion. No, that's silly, see? Good thoughts.
I'm thinking we take Drekic's step. I think
Great prophet once said, "Journey of 1,000 steps begins with the first."
I believe in you,
Is that
Drakic.
exactly how that's exactly how the
that's
prophet said
exactly
it?
how that goes.
that's a good prophecy.
Yes.
Proverb? Yeah, whatever that is.
I don't know. I heard it somewhere. Some traveler said it.
I believe in you,
Walking
Celeste.
panda.
You can do it. You can do it, Mr. John.
I'm on my platform. Is everyone else on theirs?
Yeah.
Yes, I'm staring into a pit of fire.
All right. I'm going to step off and go forward.
3,
Count it
2,
down.
1.
Go.
Step.
All the doors closed.
Well, shit.
With us inside them, or?
Then you're inside them.
Yep.
And that's where we'll leave tonight's episode.
I don't want to
that's
do
fair.
that.
The irony
That
of
was a
that
little long,
statement-
but you spent like 40 minutes trying to open a door.
Goddamn right.
They had no riddle. What's the riddle? He gave us colors.
Meanwhile, Tom just like, I regret the colors. I regret the
I definitely regret some of my options here.
Force choice options.
That's
Just
like-
press.
Well,
It's like that meme where it's like, what's it? Giving your players a simple riddle, and it's like one bowl of cat food, and the cats are all like intertangled and lying all over each other just to try and get to it. It's like, yep, that's about right.
yeah, a little bit like that. But
All
I got there.
you have to do is walk up and eat it. Yeah. But what if I put my leg here, my tail here, my ass in the air? Maybe.
I gotta turn around 3 times and then bob my head and then lick you twice and
Yeah.
then I do it.
Success food. We did it, guys. We solved it just the way the DM intended.
You clicked the button and you took the step.
Oh my goodness.
That's so good. It happens. Well,
Yeah.
let us find someone to raid then.
Oh my goodness. Wow. Roll for raid.
Got 11.
10?
13.
Now, what did you get? Good stuff. Oh, 13 was the highest?
Was it? Great.
Yep.
Cool.
Oh, yeah.
Oh. Gone
What have
over
we got to
tonight.
choose from?
Okay, we got Corsair's Cove doing their Humblewood campaign. There is Eldritch Scribe doing their Kingslayer campaign. We have Sparhawk Games doing Misfits Are Back, baby. So I'm assuming that the name of their crew is the Misfits. There is someone looks like they might be doing D&D art, perhaps. There is Hex and Tail doing the Eldorian Tales. And lastly, there is the Barovian Badass with Dungeons and Dread.
perhaps we should do some D&D art for a change.
Let's do it.
Woo.
Support the
Alright.
artistic community.
Oh, yeah.
Come on, do.
Everybody can draw you a map.
Anybody?
Great.
Well, how
Is-
exciting. This time next week, we'll have all of our fun things ready and for our birthday.
Hope I don't kill anyone next time.
Birthday celebrations.
Please don't kill me.
I guess at this point it's up to you. I kill him.
Okay, I'll just stand in one spot for the entire next session, just like back up against the door.
Yeah. It's on you, DM, if you kill me now.
Next week we celebrate.
We're turning one. We're 1
Woo.
year old.
1 year old in cat years.
And I'm like the I don't know, the younger brother of the group that hasn't actually been around that long but get to celebrate anyway. So
Well, you
Party
watched
crasher.
us pretty much from the start, didn't you?
Yeah.
I started watching a month after you guys started, so
Yeah. Sweet. All right, we're pretty much ready to go. Dizziness is the channel. Hit him with the monsters and Mayhem. And
Yeah.
yeah, we're heading out. See you next week. What a
Love you guys.
chaotic craziness that we're about to lead into for the 1 year. I'm ready. Yes. Three, two,
Love it.
ready to
Some brass band for you.
woo!
Bye bye.
Gosh.
Celebrate good praise.
Oh.
Are we through?
Yeah, we're through.